Wait, why is it not? I was meant to be talking. Talk. Hello, how you doing? There we go. I'm here. I'm alive. We got stuff happening. Yeah. How you doing, Albertronic? You better be doing well. You better be doing well. Oh my gosh, and for once I'm early, but I've not actually advertised the stream yet, so I'm kind of still late. Genius. Genius. How to be early and late at the same time. You're doing really well. Nice. Very good. I'm a genius who loves lots of speedy vehicles. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm advertising for the stream. Quote stream. Live now. Live now. Monday, Monday, Monday. Wait. Shift. There we go. Control C. Control V. Live now. Yeah. It's on Wednesday, not Monday. It's a fabulous Wednesday. And we're doing Warhammer Building. And it's gonna be fun. It's going to be fast. And I just remembered I've not taken my hay fever tablet today. And I have to take that in a... I mean, it's very rainy today, so you'd hope that wouldn't be hay fever issues. But, you know, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Handcam thumbnail 255. Oh my goodness. Handcam thumbnail 255. Can you believe we've had 255 handcams? It's amazing. It's impressive. Hi Blair Boys, I couldn't sleep so I actually got to see this 4 AM stream. 4 AM! It's 11 AM for me. I need you to sleep, Blair Boys. Take care of yourself. Oh no. Also, if you're wondering about the drawing, it's because... Well, actually, if the vehicles didn't get nerfed, it was just the characters. The vehicles just came out overcosted without, you know, much need. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, little Blair Boris. Go to sleep.
Good night, Conjurer.
Good night. Yeah. Okay, how do I... What do I do to advertise the stream? Rebuilding. Rebuilding the adorable little speedy vehicles. We be building the adorable little speedy eyes. Yeah, the adorable little vehicles. Yeah. 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 Bugs Bunny. I love Bugs Bunny. It's a shame that they're being taken over by Paramount. Paramount sucks. Destroy Paramount. There we go. Copy this. And soon. There we go. Oh, darn it. Post. Yeah. Build a zoomies. Build a zoomies. Hi, Officer Book. Russell. How you doing? There we go. Is this all right? Yeah, this is all right. This is all right. I've advertised it. It's all working. It's all working. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hay fever tablets. Hay fever tablet. Eh. There we go. For some more sniffles. More sniffles. I'm just going to mute for a second. We're building the zoomies. We go over here. We go over here. The stats of the zoomies are kind of meh. Like, literally, a light sentinel is 55 points. The hippogriff is 80 points. The hippogriff is toughness 8, light sentinel toughness 7. Both of them have a 3+ armor save. Both of them have 7 wounds. Both of them have the exact same leadership and objective characteristic thing. The light sentinel has more weapon options. And the light sentinel is better in melee, being stronger and having more AP. The light sentinel has a movement of 10 inches. The hippogriff has a movement of 12 inches. And the hippogriff can move and shoot. And it can also move, shoot, and then shoot again. Move again, sorry. But the sentinel has a 9-inch scout move, so it can immediately just move 19 inches forward. Where the hippogriff can move 18, potentially more on the first turn, but still, the difference in actual movement speed between them isn't actually that heavy in the end. And the sentinel also has a special. There we go. The sentinel also has a special rule where after it shoots something, other units can reroll to hit against that same unit. So, yeah. It's kind of arguably just straight up.
What the heck's a hippogriff? It's like a bird-horse hybrid. But it doesn't even look like that. Looks more like a big cat, like a puma.
I mean, true. Isn't a hippogriff meant to be a big cat? I thought a hippogriff was meant to be... Was it meant to be a horse bird? I thought that it was meant to be... Oh no, it might be horse bird. Isn't it... I can't remember. Is the griffin horse bird? Or is it horse tiger / not horse tiger? Or is that bird lion? I forget. Yeah, it's horse bird. Yeah, what's the griffin? The griffin is like... That one's like part tiger or part lion, isn't it? And part bird. But yeah, Oh yeah, I've already got the armoured sentinel. That is significantly slower. It's 65 points, so 5 points cheaper than the hippogriff. But it's got a better armour save than the hippogriff does. Being a 2+ armour save. Like, I can literally just show you the stats. I'll show you the terrible stats. And I love the hippogriff model. Just right now, it's kind of sucky. So we go down here to Astra Militarum, Acquisitor Serfs, Cavalry. Here we go. Cading Castellan, Recon Group, and Rough Riders, Hippogriff. So here's your Hippogriff. 12-inch move, toughness 8, 3+7. There we go. Now what does an armoured sentinel have? Here you go, 65 points, so 5 points cheaper, same toughness, better armor save. So this one is significantly more durable. It's also got a really cool rule that basically makes it so it can take out vehicles a lot easier. Yeah, and they also have far more weapon options. Like, they can both... While this thing, the Hippogriff, can have a heavy stubber or a melter gun on it, meaning it's got a little bit more firepower, the Sentinels are just better in melee, and they also have hunter-killer missiles, which is arguably, you know, kind of better. References within this tiger bird. Yeet. Red v blue references are wasted here. It's so sad. I'm sorry, I don't know this. Oh, what are you having a tissy over your Warhammer for, by the way? Like, you're not spent enough money this month on Warhammer. You need to spend more. I agree. But yeah, these guys can have hunter-killer missiles, which are pretty cool. Chainsaws, which are pretty cool. They can have missile launchers, las cannons, plasma cannons, heavy flamers. They can't have multi-melters, which is a bit sad. Auto cannons. So they got a really nice option of stuff to go with. And for Hippogriff, does arguably have more firepower, but it's like, it can have a las cannon, which is the exact same as a sentinel las cannon. Except, you know, they can fire it while moving. While advancing, sorry. They got a melter cannon that's basically just a multi-melter. That's not really any better than anything the Scout Sentinel goes after. Instead of having a heavy flamer, it has a Gatling cannon. Which is, you know, is okay. It's got better range. More attacks, but you have to roll to hit. So you're only going to get an average of 6 hits. Compared to the heavy flamer, which would be the equivalent, I guess. I actually guess the more equivalent would be for multi-laser, which is stronger but less attack and more range. But compared to a heavy flame, it's like, this one ignores cover, it automatically hits, and it's got extra AP. Like, after the other one attacks, it's 6 hits. Let's say you go against Marines. 3 wounds. No, wounds of 3. So 6 goes to 4 wounds. Armor saves. 1 1/3 fail. This thing, 3.5. 2, 1, 1 1/4. Okay, for doing roughly similar damage. Except for other one has more range. Those sentinels can, but they need to have flamers so they can be roasting chickens. If they do have heavy, they can have heavy flamers. They can have missile launchers, las cannons, auto cannons, so much stuff. Now, arguably, they do. Again, there's some more firepower here. Like, the main difference between them ultimately is a Gatling cannon and a Vigilator cannon. Like, they could both be taking. Like, this really needs to be a heavy las cannon. I feel like to be worth the 70 points you're blooming spend on one of these, compared to the 55 points on a Scout Sentinel. Like, why would I take a Hippogriff when I can have a Scout Sentinel? If I want to get some extra las cannons. I mean, arguably, you've got the fact that a Field Ordnance battery is 110 points. But that's 55 points for a single heavy las cannon. That is then... What do they have? Oh yeah, that has sustained hits if it's being affected by an order. That's a heavy keyword. Hits on 4s. It has a much smaller profile. That's a grenades keyword, funnily enough. Yeah, it just doesn't feel worthwhile taking. Now, it's got the Vigilator cannon. You got the Gatling cannon that gets 12 attacks off, which is pretty fun, but without any AP. You know, you're kind of not doing a lot of damage. Like, you fire into a squad of orcs, you get 6 hits, you get 3 wounds, 5+ armor saves, you get 2 kills from 12 attacks, is kind of pathetic. Vigilator cannon, on the other hand, would, against a squad of 20 orcs, d6 attacks. Into 20 orcs, that would be 7.5, goes down to 3.75, wounds on 3s. About 1, 2.5, get through, -1 to your armor save. Yeah, it's doing about the same damage. A Vigilator cannon's doing about the same damage as your Gatling cannon into a squad of orcs. We'll do better into Space Marines. Now Now, this is arguably the best cannon it's got. Like, it can shoot up into vehicles if it's D6 attacks and being strength 8 and damage 2. Does have a blast keyword, does have 36-inch range, but then the Scout Sentinels can just go, okay, I'm just going to take a plasma cannon and have AP -3. Yeah, I'm not getting as many shots on average, but I still have a blast keyword, so the difference isn't that big. What does the Armored Sentinel bring? The exact same stuff that the Scout Sentinel does. The main difference between the two is that the Armored Sentinel has 8-inch movement, has a 2+ armor save and is toughness 8. Instead of having visibility and the Scout rule, it instead gets rerolls to wound against vehicles. Oh, it doesn't even have to shoot at somebody. It just has to be somebody within 18 inches of it. Yeah, if everyone can now reroll 1s to hit. So that's pretty cool with a Scout Sentinel. Just get rerolls of 1s to hit. Really useful when you start combining it with Orders and the heavy keyword and stuff. Scout Sentinel, not Armored Sentinels. Yeah, same wounds, better armor save, better toughness, moves slower, doesn't have scouts. But each time it shoots at a monster vehicle, it can reroll to wound. Now that's actually really useful because, again, it can have a hunter-killer missile. Like, here we go. Hunter-killer missiles, Sentinel chainsaw, give it its last cannon. And now you've got... Now, this is just going to be... If you want an extra, bit of firepower, mobile firepower to take out vehicles, this is arguably much better. It's much tougher than your Hippogriff. It gets rerolls to wound. And it also has a hunter-killer missile to support it. So it's like... And the rerolls to wound will also affect its hunter-killer. Oh, I mean, it's got only a 1-2 chance of actually hitting anything, but still. Pretty early today. Yeah! Morning stream today, because that way I can just do a longer stream if I want to. So, yeah. But again, the real reason to take the Hippogriff, I feel like at the moment, the only real reason is the Vigilator Cannon. It's got a lot more flexibility than its other weapons, in which it can fire into Marines and pretty reliably take out Marines. It's not got lots of AP, but AP -1 is enough. And it's because it's got damage 2 and it's strength 8. It can fire into a horde with its blast. And at being strength 8, it can still take, chunks out to vehicles. Relatively small chunks, but if you fire into it, you're likely to be able to do 2 damage. And you still got your motor gun anyway on it. Got a bit of streaming time. Yeah! Also, 18-inch move is fast enough paired with a reroll, just sounds better. Yeah, and it's 5 points cheaper. It's got a better armor save, it's got a better toughness, so it's far more durable. I don't know really the size difference. I mean, the Sentinels are on pretty big bases now. But what else? Does the Sentinel have any cool keywords? Vehicle, faction, smoke, regiment. Oh, and Sentinels are regiment units. So that means anything that affects regiment, like orders. What does does this have a regiment keyword on it? Yeah, it doesn't have a regiment. That's the other cool thing about Sentinels. So if you go up here to Lord Marshal Dreer, where's his orders? Yeah, 3 orders to regiment units. He can order Sentinels. Tank commanders. Everyone can order Sentinels pretty much. This Cading Castellan over here can order Sentinels because he got the regiment keyword. So yeah, these things, these hippogriffs cannot be ordered by infantry. You've then got the Centaur RSV over here, which, if you look at this, compare it to a Chimera or a Taurox. Taurox, Chimera. Chimera, oops, that's a Storm Chimera, that's Legends. There we go. Chimera over here is... Actually, no. Let's just make sure it's got everything it can possibly need on it. Let's give it a heavy bolter and a heavy stubber and a heavy bolter and a hunter-killer missile. So here we go. This is Chimera for 85 points. It's got 10-inch move, toughness 9, 3+ armor save, 11 wounds. It has 2 heavy bolters, a hunter-killer missile, a heavy stubber, and it has a last gun away, which can get up to 12 attacks at strength 3. It can also transport 12 models, and officers on board can issue orders, even if we're on board for Chimera. And you just measure distances from the Chimera. Pretty amazing stuff. It also has firing deck 2, so 2 models can still shoot out of it anyway. So your 2 special weapons, or put some heavy weapons in there. It probably squadron, so it's tank commander ordered. Yeah. Now the fun thing is that the Sentinel also has a squadron keyword, so it can be ordered by both. Like, if you can only give orders to squadron, you can still give orders to a Sentinel. If you can only give orders to regiment, you can still give orders to a Sentinel. They're amazing. So that sounds really good, right? You can transport 12 dudes. You can do orders from a Chimera. You get loads and loads of shooting. It's like, does it really matter that you've got a squad on board your Chimera when it can shoot just as well as a squad can? With 2 extra heavy bolters and a heavy stubber and a hunter killer. And it can take heavy flamers or multi-laser if it wants to. Alternatively, 10 points cheaper, you can go and get a Taurox. What's that called? Taurox got? Hey, click that. It's toughness 8, 3+ armor save, 10 wounds. So it's not quite the stuff, but it's got 12-inch movement. Really cool. It's got move, can transport 12 people again. It can rapidly deploy units. So even after it's advanced, it can still deploy a unit, and that unit counts as having made a normal move and cannot charge. So that's really good. If you combine it with other abilities of the game, it can just absolutely blitz across the board and just drop people off insane distances. It also has a twin-linked autocannon and a storm bolter. And then we look at the Centaur. 85 points, so same as a Chimera. It's toughness 7, 10 wounds, 3+ armor save, so it's the weakest of all 3 vehicles. It's got 12-inch move, so it's just as fast as a Taurox. It cannot advance and deploy a unit. It does have firing deck 12, so anybody on board can shoot out of it, but they can't issue orders from it. And the only weapon it has is a pinto-mounted heavy stubber. It does have an ability to increase its objective control characteristic for every 3 models on board. So that means at most it can get up to an objective control of 6, which is not really much at all and is kind of pointless. Does have a smoke keyword. It's a squadron. To mention, a hip always fireball in Colosseum setups fast speed along with strong gun, makes it a versatile glass cannon. Yeah, this is a party bus. But the thing is, it's just not... Hi, Elba von Despia. What a DACA version. Yeah, so this is... It's not a bad vehicle. The main thing is, it's 85 flaming points. Now, okay, if it was transporting Space Marines or Eldari or, you know, something that has super powerful shooting, yes. But the things it can transport is, you know, Tenkasrikan over here, maybe. You got a plasma gun, you got some hotshot las guns. They're not bad. I mean, maybe you can transport a heavy weapons team, a couple of them, as long as they're not for Krieg ones. If it's a Krieg one, you can't transport both of them because they have 7 models, not 6. So, I mean, it's okay. But is it worth 85 points just to give a couple of heavy weapon squads some durability? And it's not like it'll be useful for them. Because don't forget, heavy weapon squads only hit on 5s. If they, unless they stay still, in which case they hit on 4s because it's got the heavy keyword. Meaning this thing, it's not really great for like a mobile heavy weapon platform. The only thing that I've really thought the Centaur would be amazing for is actually the Ogryns. Where are the Ogryns? Here you go. Because you can transport 6 Ogryns. No, you can't transport 6 Ogryns. You can transport 3 Ogryns on board it. And they'll still be able to shoot the Ripper auto guns. Which, you know, 18-inch range, strength 5, AP -1, damage 2, 3 attacks each, hits on 4s. They can rapid fire 3. So that is a pretty decent shooting ability it's got right there. You know? Well, that being said, if you put them on board a Chimera, 2 of them will still be able to shoot and you'll get the rest of the Chimera's weapons. So actually, no, that would be a terrible idea. You can put heavy weapon squads on board, but you can just put one on board at a Chimera with some officers, right?
It was a 10-man infantry squad with special weapons.
Yeah, special weapon squads used to be a thing. In fact, you've only got your veteran squads, but you've also used to have special weapon squads you could just put on board. And they came in squads of 6, so you could just put 2 special weapon squads. Actually, you couldn't because... No, you could have... I think you could have 2 special weapon squads in a platoon, so arguably you could put 2 on board. There's arguably some good stuff you can put in. For instance, maybe some rattlings in board a Centaur wouldn't be too bad. So you just got a mobile... Like, they hit on 3s, even if they move. They've got precision for strength 4, AP -2, damage 2. So this means you can just put 10 rattlings on board and you can just get 10 sniper shots wherever you need them. And they're going to have a lot more durability than normal. Actually, it's hard to say if they would have because they got a stealth normally, which gives them a lot of extra protection. I mean, going into 11th edition, stealth is going to be far less useful. So I guess you've got that capability going on. Put some rattlings on board, just sniper party boss. But again, is it worth 85 points? Like, rattlings are 60 points, 100. You're going to be paying 200 points just to have a toughness 7 vehicle that can shoot 10 sniper shots a turn. And it's like, is that worth 200 points? 2 flaming 100. Like, for 200 points, I can get a couple of Bulgans. I can get 2 artillery teams. I can have a field ordnance battery, a commissar, and a Cadian shock troop. I can have almost 2 squads of Kasvikin. Or I could have pretty much 2 squads of... I could have 3 squads of 5 rattlings instead. And still have some points. For Rat Dragon, not worth it, but silly. And that's the thing, it's like, almost everything I think about I could use a Centaur for, that seems like it'll be fun or whatever. It's just not worth it in the game. Like, why would I do that instead of taking a Chimera or instead of taking something else? And it's just... Like, if I want to deploy Casvikin on the front line in turn 1 and shoot at my enemy, Torok's amazing. Just put them right into the middle of the enemy. If I want a mobile command base, Chimera is the only option. Like, it would be great if I had the command vehicle keyword so I could put, you know, officers on board and still issue orders. But I can't. Like, it's the same points as a Chimera, and Chimera has 11 wounds, toughness 9, 3+ armor save, 10-inch move. This thing 12-inch move, toughness 7, so 2 less toughness, 1 less wound. In exchange, 2 inches movement. Firing deck 12 compared to firing deck 2, but how many units could go into a Centaur that would be better for the Chimera? Like, sure, I could put a heavy weapon squad in a Centaur. I can do the same for a Chimera and 2 of them can still shoot. It's like, if my heavy weapon squad's got heavy bolters, then I might as well just have the Chimera. Because it has 2 heavy bolters. Oh, it is just... So when I say it's a shame about the data sheets, this is why it's a shame about the data sheets. We basically made 2 units that both filled a very nice niche and then just overcosted them to an insane degree. And there's ways to make them kind of worth the cost. Give them better special rules. Like, add the command rule vehicle to the Centaur. And allow people to, like, charge from inside it like old open top vehicle. Because this is an open top vehicle. Old rules of open top vehicles meant that it could move, a unit could get out, and they could still charge that turn. Give it that rule. Maybe give the pintle mounted heavy stubber the assault keyword. Or maybe give it a keyword of weapons. Whenever it fires a weapon, it has the assault keyword. Or it can shoot in advance. Something like that. Rules like that would be amazing. And make it worth 85 points. If we're just afraid of it being too cheap. Hippogriff, I think, just make its weapons better. Give it a heavy last cannon instead of a normal last cannon. Actually give it the melter cannon. Well, actually, the melter cannon would be too powerful. Like, let's look at the current Hellhound, 125 points. What's the melter cannon? What's that? D3 attacks at melter 4. Honestly, actually, yeah, that would be fine. The main thing about the Hellhound and why it's so expensive is because of the flush from out rule and the rest of its abilities. Weapons, and it can also have a heavy bolter and a hunter killer and other stuff. So yeah, actually give it the proper melter cannon instead of just a glorified multi-melter. Give it a proper heavy last cannon. Maybe give a vigilator cannon like D6+2 attacks. Give the Chiron Gatling cannon devastating wounds. These would all make it worthwhile taking over Sentinel. Armored skirmishers. Oh, armored skirmishers is... It doesn't actually... It's just one of the detachments. It's basically any light vehicle gets the armored skirmishers keyword. And all that does is... So the Sentinels, I think, can... Wait, can they have the armored skirmishers? We'll go back. We'll go back. New recruit. It's this armoured infantry thing. This order can be issued to armoured skirmishers. Each time an enemy unit... So actually, in the cavalry, this is fine. Because, you know, I can give orders to my vehicles. But anyway, this order can be issued to armoured skirmishers. Each time an enemy unit ends a normal or advance or move within 9 inches, this can make a move of d6 inches. Add squadron to the list of units each officer can issue orders to. Add this order to their voice of command ability. Astrometorm squadron units have an armored skirmisher keyword, excluding artillery, and units containing one or more models with wounds characteristic of 13 or higher. So in this regard, the where is it? The Chimera gets an armored skirmisher keyword. The Taurox also gets it. Does the Taurox Prime have it as well? Yeah. The Sentinels will also get it because they're, vehicles. And the Squadron. So, hi, Resonin. So, yeah. It is pretty cool. It is just about this armored infantry. How many wounds does a Valkyrie have? I need to check. Valkyrie 14. We just made sure that, a Valkyrie couldn't get it. Manticore's the artillery keyword, so it can't get armored skirmisher. It says armored skirmisher here, it does not have armored skirmisher because it's got the artillery keyword. Oh, so it's just an addition to a vehicle due to detachment, and it gets a more reactive move. Fair enough. Well, it doesn't give it to them. It's only fire order it gets them. So yeah. It's actually just a really powerful thing, though, if you, I think it's there's other stuff going on. Let's click on the hippogriff over here and look at stratagems. So we got burst of speed. That's just any unit, mind you. Mobile fire base. So here we go. Armored skirmisher unit. Until the end of a turn, your unit is eligible to shoot to the turn in which it advanced or fell back. Which it just makes a hippogriff even worse. Because, it's like, oh, I can actually make my scout sentinel advance and shoot by the way as well. Armored skirmisher unit. Select one and I mean that's still useful on the hippogriff because it can't fall back and shoot normally. Select one enemy unit hit by one or more foes attacks until the end phase. That enemy unit cannot have the benefit of cover, which is really cool. And each time an armored skirmisher unit from your unit makes an attack, improve the strength of that attack by 2, which is again pretty cool. Turns your last cannon into an actual heavy last cannon. Opening salvo. One Astrometorm unit that disembarked from a transport. Until the end phase, each time model of that unit makes an attack, add 1 to the wound roll. Which again makes a centaur kind of pointless because the entire point is you don't want your centaurs to be disembarking. Like, that's the entire point. You put a unit on board and they just stay on board it until the vehicle gets destroyed. That's something more useful for a Chimera or Taurox. That's something that actually wants to drop them off. Armored skirmisher unit that has not been selected to shoot can re-roll a hit roll against a monster or vehicle. Which, again, just makes it better to use an armored sentinel with this ability because an armored sentinel gets rerolls to wound against monsters or vehicles. Combined with this, it gets rerolled to hit, rerolls to wound. So, yeah. No, there is a big thing. It's that armored sentinels and scout sentinels are really tall. And these things are really not tall. Oh, by the way, do you like my new... I made more of these dudes. Of the Imperial Fist symbol. Yeah. And look, he's got a big old chainsaw on his back. And this guy's got a plasma gun and a relic helmet. I'm gonna bring this down slightly. Yeah. He's got a plasma gun. And a relic helmet. Yeah. He's a cool dude. And this guy just looks kind of normal, to be honest. Until he's got an actual Black Templar pistol. Yeet. And I also made this guy. Look how cool this dude is. This is a sergeant. That has Agrax's flamer pistol, I believe. 3D printed cape. Dark Angels champion-y person head. And this arm is from a raptor. I had to rebuild the back of it. Which I hope will look less lumpy when it's painted. Because I did try my best to smooth it out. And as far as I can tell, it actually is smooth. It just looks lumpy because it was poorly mixed. And then, look at this guy. He's got a bionic arm.
Screams, not the Marines. The Grey Legion grows ever stronger.
Yeah. Yeah, also I'm thinking about, you know, because now for the Acquisitors rather than the Black Templar, I'm thinking about going over all of my old Space Marines that I've already painted and repainting the cross on them as golden. And, you know, going over all of their shoulder pad trim and painting it gold as well. You know, just to make them feel more separate. I do like how ostentatious my Marines are getting, though. Like, this dude's just meant to be a sergeant, and he's, like, as decked out as, like, most captains are. It's like, yeah, you know. But don't worry about it. Don't worry about how much equipment he's got on him. Sure, we might have a whole bunch of holy relics on him, but, you know, that's what's normal. Don't question where we got them all. But here we go. What is this? This is the Centaur. I want to build the Centaur second. This is also part of the Centaur. Look, it's got little people. I'm thinking about not putting the people in it and instead using them for my artillery teams. And my ordnance stuff. Rogodon. Cadian shock troops. And here we go. So I'm assuming this model is not going to be super expensive for Centaur. Because all it is just one big sprue. Or two normal size sprues. So I mean, if we go by the prices of other models, for like how much you get, it really should only be like 30 quid. Like, the amount of bits on it, it's the same as a Cadian squad. Why are all battle buffers in Artificer styled armor? Because we aren't poor. Blood Angel. Rude. Yeah, I'm gonna have to create homebrew rules for everybody. So our plasma pistols are actually using, you know, really fancy tech. So we get 3 shots at strength 8, AP -3, damage 2. What do you mean, hazardous? You mean your pistols are so poorly made they explode and overheat and kill people? No, never would happen to us. Never would happen to us. Who are you getting to make your pistols? Greg? Oh yeah, don't trust Greg. Greg sucks. It is weird opening a Battle Force box on this alpha basis. What I'm hoping Games Workshop starts doing though is do what Lego does. Do you know where they put all the Lego now in paper bags mostly? They need to do the same for the basis. I think they could easily get away with it. The thing about doing that as well is that you can just print on it what's meant to be for base size and stuff. I don't know how, like, the entire manufacturing process is for it. I'm how to redo it. But here we go. So we want to get first this boat that's at the bottom. Look, it's just a little boat. Now I want to convert this into a boat. I have been thinking about maybe putting tracks on this or something, but you know.
That sounds like Xeno's thinking. No overcharge, no risk, very un-imperial. You wouldn't be doing a bit of heresy over here now, would ya?
No, we just blessed our bolt guns, our plasma guns, you know, with the power of the Emperor. And the Emperor would not cook, you know, his people. Although, you have seen that plasma guns have now changed and, you know, you don't have to fire them overheated, which has made... I do find it hilarious how Imperial plasma guns have kind of, you know, gone from the worst plasma guns of the galaxy to one of the best plasma guns. Because either your plasma gun doesn't overheat and it's just not as good as an Imperial plasma gun, like it's got less AP or whatever. Or it does overheat and you don't have an option to fire it without overheating. Or you do have the two options and somehow it's still worse than the Imperial version. Okay. Oh no, Wayne, I don't want the boat bit yet. I want the top bit. It's because if the top bit was upside down of the instructions. I got confused. I say that like it's the instructions fault, but I didn't mean it like that. I mean, I was being a silly Billy. There we go. Oh, new models. Got that new plastic smell. Plastic. Okay, so it's this direction. Oh, and it wants to go through these bits here. Okay, it makes sense. And I want C2 and C3. Oh, that is actually a different shape to what I expected. It's these things. Now, Zais, I think you're cavorting with Faustinos, but I can't prove it. Yet, I got my inquisitorial eye on you. Don't worry. The Inquisitors, the law of the Inquisitors is that they have a very close relations with both the Admech, or specifically one explorator fleet that's on their crusade, and with the Adeptus Audio Astartes, sorry, which is an Inquisition group that formed the Inquisitors to begin with. Well, mostly Black Templars, but not just Black Templars. Okay, so it goes up through there like that. Okay, that's not too shabby. I mean, for Arsons of Dawn, it's Heretic, you say. It's not Heretic. Oh, so no, I do think their plasma pistols will overcharge. What would happen is that they'll be like, oh, this plasma pistol doesn't overcharge. It's like, turn up the heat. Just cook it more then if it's not overcharging. There we go. Yeah. Okay, now I can put this piece on. Yeah. You're cruising for an excommunicating. How are we doing? We're doing okay. We finally just started building after complaining about the data sheets of these things. Because right now, there's literally no point taking these things. I say literally. As far as rules are concerned, you might as well not take one of these and just go for something that's better. Which I do find that entire thing funny. It's like, oh, Games Workshop makes Arduino for new models just ultra powerful, you know, to sell them more. And it's like, Guardsmen looking at their new data sheets. It's like, yeah, I believe that. Tyranids looking at the new data sheets. Yeah. But actually, the last rip guy is now good. And it wasn't bad beforehand. It was just like, you know, he was kind of a bit disappointed. It's like, new model, you want it to be strong, and it's just kind of, it's okay. It's worth taking, it's just not amazing. Maybe not everyone is a meta chaser. Look, I bought 2 of these. It's not about meta chasing. It's about buying a model, wanting to use it, and not wanting to feel like you're, you know, making an incredibly bad choice. It's not even meta chasing. It's just literally, why should you take this thing when another thing exists that's just straight up better? That's not meta chasing. That's literally just... I mean, the other thing doesn't have to even be good. That's the thing. It's like armored sentinels. They're not meta, but you'd rather have an armored sentinel over this thing. As far as I'm aware, the meta sentinel is the scout sentinel because it's only 55 points and it gives 3 rolls of 1s and it's got the scout move. So it's just generally the one you want to take. Chimeras are not meta, Tauroxes are. But again, you just take Chimera over a Centaur. It's not meta chasing, it's literally the non-meta choices. The ones that you just take because they're fun are just straight up better than this. It's like there's not even any fun taking it. The only reason you take it is because you like the model and you think it's cool. And you just put it on a shelf and then never play it because it sucks. Oh my gosh, I know what the hippogriff looks like. It actually does look like a puma. German armored car. It looks like a Saladin. It's like, yeah, it's 150 points for something that is not worth 75 points. Commissar Graves, she costs 60 points, twice as much as a normal Commissar. A normal Commissar is not meta. People do not take Commissars for meta as far as I'm aware. I mean, they might in 11th. But Commissar Graves is cool. She's cheap enough that, you know, you don't mind taking her. Sure, she's twice as many points as a normal commissar or as a castellan. She doesn't get as many orders as a castellan, but she gets more than a commissar. And she's got pretty cool melee stats. And she's got some fun rules. She's worth taking. The, for on foot version. Sure, she's not going to be meta, but she's not so expensive where you're just thinking, what the heck is the point? And there's not many equivalents to her either. There's not many models in the Imperial Guard that are good in melee. And she is good in melee. But her vehicle version of her, it's worth. I wouldn't say she's meta, but she's worth taking. You don't feel bad about taking her. She's cheaper than a Lehman Ross and can potentially do just as much damage as one. Our fun thing is that she's a melee vehicle. I bought 2 Repulsive Executioners because I can stick big plasmas on them. Yeah! I've got a Repulsive Executioner right now. But I put the big heavy laser destroyer on. I'm gonna get another one just so I can put the big plasma on it. I checked Reddit and all they're talking about, and I quote, is putting heavy weapon squads inside of a centaur. Yeah. People keep talking about putting the Krieg heavy weapon squads in, but I forget that a Krieg has 3 heavy weapon squads that each count as 2. And then 1 extra dude, so it actually takes up 7. It's got 12 seats, so it can't have 2 squads in. You can't put 2 heavy weapon squads in for like Cadian ones or Catachan. The issue is they're not getting the special ability. So if you put Catachan ones in, they're not getting their rerolls or their bonuses against monsters or vehicles. And the issue is they only hit on 5s. So they're very, very inaccurate if they move. And if you put them in a centaur, sure, the centaur can shoot out to the centaur, but if the centaur moves, they won't be hitting anything. Or be hitting so inaccurately, it's not worth it. It sounds like a fun idea, but it quickly loses its muster. You can't do that. You can't leave the extra dude out. Also, hi, Jerkins de facto. De facto, sorry. Jenkins de facto. There we go. Nice. I don't know. I mean, honestly, that's the only good thing I can see about the centaurs. So the one thing I will say that it's good for the heavy thing, it's not even about the
misery word of the day. Bakajin. 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 Bakajin.
Bakajin. Bakajin. You sound so tired and exhausted saying that. Math doesn't care about your feelings. But the one good thing I will say about it is that heavy weapon squads are on relatively big bases. 3 of them can be quite difficult to find a good purchase for. Especially in buildings. You used to be able to overhang bases in buildings. Now you can't do that. As also trying to get them into decent places is hard. A centaur takes up less space than 2 heavy weapon teams do. So you can just put a centaur down, just leave it where it is. Or in 11th, you can move it 3 inches and still fire with a +1 to hit from the heavy rule. But the main issue you're going to find is that you don't get your special abilities, which can be costly. So for the Catachan heavy weapon teams, that means you're not getting your extra rolls against vehicles, which means that that's the entire region you take them effectively. It's kind of pointless. So you might be able to bring them out, drop them next to something, and then shoot, but still. And And the Cadian ones are going to be losing their Overwatch capabilities. Which arguably doesn't matter too much, if I'm entirely honest. So I guess putting Cadians in, but again, I don't think it's worth 85 points at all to do that. Bakashin cares about your feelings, so Bakashin is greater than Maths. Maths does care about your feelings. Look, if you have 10 feelings and 6 of them get hurt, how many unharmed feelings do you have? The answer is 0. Because once 6 of your feelings are hurt, the rest of them quickly follow. Yeah. And Maths is gonna... Also, for Maths, it's just gonna beat up the remaining feelings you've got, you know. Just for the fun of it. Because we love Maths. Yeah. Dodge. 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 I think of a heart. That's not a brick, that's a heart. I am misery Phil. Only feelings I can have is hurt. Brick-shaped heart. No, that wasn't a brick. That was heart-shaped heart. It even made the squishy heart sound. There's no brick command. True. We are building very ineffective. We build our buildings on concrete and rebar. You crazy people. C5. 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 Oh, that's how it goes on. Interesting. The internet broke because the engineers are forced to make routers out of fondant and biscuit. No. I had to mute. C6. C6. Do 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 do. It's made of prayers and chants. Pray to the Omnisire. Every like on this stream is another prayer to the Omnisire to fix the issues of the stream. How big is this thing? Let's compare it to this dude. Pretty small. The Cupcake Land infrastructure is leaning. No. We don't build everything out of fondant. We might decorate it with fondant, but we don't build it out of fondant, you silly biddies. C9, C8. C9, C8. C9, 999. There you go. The weight of a fondant is compromising the structural integrity of a hospital. Yeah, but think about how happy everyone is being inside a fondant hospital. Leaning, it fell yesterday. The Leaning Tower of Pisa fell yesterday. No! I want a pizza now. Look at these little... We got little cargo things here. Little toolboxes. Cool. Okay, C8. I'm gonna build both of these with vigilator cannons. Or maybe I'll build one with a vigilator cannon, one with a melter cannon. That might be fun. Where's the internet? There we go. So, which of you are not praying to the Omnisire? I want to hear those chants. Pray to the Omnisire. We got to get the British internet working. Stream broke. I know it broke. That's why I sent for back command. Well, not back command, for back thing. Oh gosh. I hate my internet so much. Did you try pressing E while holding a wrench to repair the router? Yes. Overlord asking why the red nerds are praying to a fire dragon because the internet won't blooming work. C7. Gosh, it was raining and cold, chilly this morning. I say chilly. It wasn't super warm this morning. Do. Okay, where the heck do these go? No, it goes like... Oh, it goes there, okay. Where the yellow little dots are. Is where it wants to go. Saw those tanks the day before my search for the Leviathan box. Not even tempted, thinking about how much Imperial Guard costs to collect. Yeah, Guard. The main thing about Guard is if you go with... It depends, actually. Guard aren't too bad if you want to go with more expensive stuff in terms of points. Like, going for Kasvikin instead of Shock Troopers is much cheaper money-wise than pretty much anything else, because it's 40 quid effectively. Cheaper if you get it from a local store where you can go up to 20% off. For squad, that's worth 110 points. Then you can get the Rogel Dawns and make them tank commanders. which is like 260 points or something for 60-ish quid, which is still quite big. I mean, it can go down to like 50 quid or whatever. Lehman Rusties, again, if you get from us tank commanders, it's like 230 points for a 40 quid model, which can be cheaper. So fair cheaper as well. So basically, if you just go for the expensive points-wise model, tank commanders, Casvikin, what else is there? Bulgrins are okay as well for points, 100 points per squad. Tempestus Signs aren't the best. Baneblade as well, yeah, Baneblades aren't bad for like 105 quid for 400 to 500 points of models. Which, I mean, it's still expensive, but I mean, if compared to other armies, if you go for elite infantry like Casvikin, big vehicles like Baneblades, and then take tank commanders. Lord Solar as well, but you can do lots of proxies for Lord Solars. That's generally the best ways. I like Temp Science if I can just get a kind of kill team box with the Buggy Boys. Oh, the Tempestus Aquilians. You got two types. You got the Tempestus Aquilians, which is again about 40 quid for a squad of 10. That's, I think, 110.6 as well. So yeah, very similar to the Casvikin. Tempestus Scions, in terms of capability, are better than Aquilians. Aquilians are a nice unit. They're not meta by any means, but they're not like so expensive and not worth taking. Tempestus Scions have a deep strike capability, same as the Aquilians, but Aquilians can deep strike closer. They can also shoot as soon as they deep strike in, or arrive from reserves with their sentry turrets. They get 2 shots of a sentry turret of a first turn, effectively from the board. Because they can go closer to enemies, it means that they can go onto objectives and stuff. So they're pretty good. I'm just going to turn on my air conditioner. Yay! I'm back. Hi. I remember Bridgehead Strike is for Science Detachment. I heard it's anti-synergy with tanks. Kind of. I mean, we're going into 11th very soon, and Bridgehead Strike is, I think, apparently a 1-point detachment now. It's gone a bit worse, but it only costs 1 point, so that means you can mix it with a more expensive detachments or 2 other detachments, like the Armoured Skirmisher one. So, arguably, it's not going to be too bad, actually. I'll definitely... I mean, I'd get... If you can get a hold... If you really want to do like Guardsmen or pretty much any army at the moment and starts a new army. If there's any units that you really like and you can get for a decent price, or any boxes you really want to get hold of, you might as well just get them. But don't think too hard about how you want to build an army at the moment. Instead, just wait for 11th edition rules to come out. And, you know, all the new detachments. And then you can decide what type of army you want. But they are giving a lot more flexibility in how you build an army now. So it looks like if you do want some cool tanks and you do want for Tempestus Scions or Quillians or whatever, it looks like you will be able to mix them together now. Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks slightly like the Puma, but I mean, have you seen the Saladin? Have you seen the AMX-10? Also, if it was a Puma, then this would be for front, and this would be for back, because the turrets on the Puma is really far back. Instead, it's the turret just really far forward. It's far more angle, it's got far more protection on the side, it's only got 3 wheels instead of 4. This looks far more armoured with more layers upon it. If we're going to go for guard, I'll look like the marketplace to see how cheap we can get them. Yeah. And guard is not an army you want to meta chase at all, to be honest. Because for meta, as with most armies, any sort of unit that you can, like, having cheap spammable units in terms of points wise is quite meta. Having powerful vehicles, especially ones that you can get numerous of, also quite meta. But it generally for expensive. Like, good Chaos Space Marine armies usually have a bunch of cultists just to, you know, throw them at objectives, or just be constantly competing for objectives. One of the reasons why knights aren't actually meta, they're very hard to deal with if you're a casual player or whatever, but if you're on a competitive scene, they're not very good at, you know, contesting all those objectives that, you know, armies with lots of cheap disposable units are good at. It's one of the reasons why Space Marines aren't super good on the competitive scene, because they don't have much cheap disposable units. Like, because even the, like, Custodes, you'll often see the competitive ones will have a bunch of, you know, Sisters of Silence. Or at least a couple of units of them, and really they're just there to just throw at objectives. Yeah, I prefer theme over meta, yeah. If you want to go for, like, lots of infantry, yeah, guard armies are insane to build. And they're not that insane when it's like, if all you do is buy things like for combat patrols, they're not that insane. Like, this box has 10 Cadian infantry in it. The current combat patrol has 20 cavalry and 10 Kasvikin and a command squad in it. The previous combat patrol, which you can still find around relatively well, has 20 Cadian shock troops, your command squad, a scout, a sentinel, and some ordnance platform. So you're not doing too badly in terms of, like, having lots of troops there. The Creed combat patrol, Krieg 1, had a bunch of infantry in and heavy weapon squads. That one didn't save you a lot of money. I thought it was a terrible combat patrol for savings. But it's still cheaper than just buying them separately. The Krieg army set had 20 infantry, 2 artillery pieces, and a command squad in it. So if all you do is buy these box sets and stuff, you can very quickly build a lot of infantry and then just bulk out the rest of your forces with more expensive stuff. Points-wise expensive stuff. If you're building a Tempestus Science army, it can get pretty expensive because, quite frankly, they're overpriced for what they are in terms of money. I'm currently going for Tau Infantry over Battlesuits. I realised I'm building a hard army. Yeah, arguably the best way to play Tau right now is as a hard army, not as Battlesuits, because Battlesuits are... Everyone wants to play Battlesuits, and they definitely have a role, but they're not good at competing for objectives because they don't have a lot of objective control characteristics. They're kind of fragile, and they're kind of short range. Infantry, though, like Pathfinders, are amazing. They can marker light your enemy. They have good range. They have rail rifles or iron rifles or whatever other rifles you want. They have... they gain guided. They can guide themselves effectively when they're guiding other units. Reacher teams are absolutely amazing, especially if you combine them with a Devilfish. Just drop them next to an enemy, guide them with the Devilfish itself, and then just obliterate something. And put, like, the Fire Warrior leader in, although, honestly, arguably he's not very worth it. Strike teams, I think, are actually really underappreciated. For 70 points for 10 dudes are 4+ armor saves and 30-inch range at strength 5 and rapid fire. But if they can pump out a lot of shots very quickly, and they're very good at like guiding other units as well, give them a marker light to help guide. Going to be really useful in 11th. But on top of this, they can, you know, control objectives and stuff. Fruit are also very useful for just, you know, spamming them onto objectives. Give them the Flesh Shaper. Get a squad of 20, give them a Flesh Shaper. Have another squad of 10 somewhere else with maybe the War Shaper. And just have them just sticky objectives. Get onto them, get off. Then you can have things like Hammerheads and Skyway gunships and stuff just to put down for extra firepower onto your enemy. As well as a big Battlesuits to support. Like Ox Cadre, it pushes you for variety. Yeah, I like the Ox Cadre too. I go for experimental weapons just because I like the +6 inches. And I just like the theme of it, you know. It was fun. Gonna get food and go for a walk. Good boy. Oh, the second picture was in reverse. Okay. I mean, it's the Puma looks a bit like it. I think pretty much any sort of, you know, of these armored car light vehicles look a lot like this, because I think it's inspired by a mixture. And honestly, they inspired one another as well. There we go. Experimental weapons feels too annoying for others with a funny deep strike fusions and +6-inch range, but cool fusion blades though. I like the fusion blades. That's honestly one of the big reasons I took it as well. Fusion. I like my fusion weapons. I don't think it would be too annoying to others, to be honest. Because experimental weapons definitely it's not the best thing. One of the things I do like about experimental weapons, though, is that it doesn't matter what you take, experimental weapons allows you to use it effectively and gives bonuses to whatever you take. At least for now it does. Actually, oh no, that'll be in an hour. Gosford Tower are going to get the new stuff today. But yeah, what I like about experimental weapons is like, if you want to take root, experimental weapons will give them +6 inches. And your bunch of stratagems can work with them. You want to take battle suits as well? Well, guess what? They're also getting bonuses from experimental weapons. Every single unit you take will get at least one bonus from having experimental weapons. And that's what I like about it. It works with pretty much anything. If GW would be funny and change Fusion Blade enhancement into Twin Lance melees, I am running a lightsabers on my tower with duplicate enhancements. Honestly, I like Fusion Blades as they are. I think they're pretty. I think my internet cutting out has just made YouTube decide that it hates my stream. I like Fusion Blades as they are because you have a vehicle keyword, meaning you can shoot into melee. It's like you're already shooting into melee. I don't feel like I need a lot more than what this is. Current Fusion Blades are just fusion without blades, it's just fusion. Kinda. I like to imagine when you do shoot it at something at like super close range, you do gain like a bonus. You are using it more like a fusion blade rather than just shooting at something. There we go. Decided it would probably be quicker just to build them both at the same time, so I'm not having to go through the instructions each time. Do Datasheets shoot in melee? Yeah, they do shoot in melee. They've all got the vehicle keyword. So they all benefit from big guns, never tire. I think that -1 to hit though, because it doesn't count as pistols, but still. I think that's one of the reasons why they got rid of them. It's like, what's the point of giving them fusion blades if they can already shoot anyway? Flamer Star Size will not care about -1 to shoot. Yep, that's why people love Flamer. There's two reasons people love them. It's one, no re-rolling to hit, which is nice. 2, you can combo them with other abilities pretty nicely. Comboing them with experimental flamer as well from experimental weapons is cool. And 3, you can just overwatch somebody with them. Like someone wants to charge your unit. Now I'm just going to overwatch you with flamers. Now we're actually in melee. Gonna just shoot you with flamers. Legitimately one of the greatest. One of the most popular units in the Tau army. Yeah. I think when it comes to, you know, balancing units, there's a lot of units out there that, you know, they might not be meta, but I'm not going to complain about how they are at the moment. One of those is, do you know the Bug Boys? What do we call them again? I forget. Begins with V, doesn't it? I keep wanting to say Fostroyan, but they're not Fostroyan. Vespid Stingwings. Those guys are 130 points for a full squad of 10. But honestly, I think that's fair. Like, they can deep strike, they move pretty quickly for toughness 4, for strength 4, 4+ armor save. They've got really powerful guns. I like them. It feels fair. You can easily take them in a casual game, or you can take them in 2 squads of 5 without the special weapons. And they're not bad there. That's just things to harass and annoy your enemy and to compete for objectives. Just imagine it. Whenever I see, you know, a handle on a vehicle, I always just imagine someone just grabbing the handle and the vehicle just going dunk. Even though in reality the person would be picked up by the vehicle and dragged along, and if they weren't, it would just probably tear the handle. There we go. Now we're adding the wheels on. Actually, no, we got the lights and stuff. C29. I forgot which ones were. C29. Which one is C29? What the heck? Oh, here we go. There's 2 of them. There's more lights than I realised it does. Do you think this thing is road legal in 40k? Because they actually do have, you know, things about being road legal. Do you know the toolboxes that they use for transporting of goods, doing like logistics, and that they use for like Arbites and local law enforcement and stuff? Yeah, they're lighter versions of a toolbox, so they're below road legal. Which makes sense. I mean, they still have to, you know, care for the roads and infrastructure and stuff, so obviously they don't want this super heavy vehicle with strong treads on its wheels tearing up the roads all the time. But even Cadia has the exact same thing. Oh, that just brings me on to another disappointment I have. 5 Imperial Agents Combat Patrol for 20 bytes. Yes, that's Combat Patrol saves so much money, by the way. Like, it's one of the best ones for savings. Because I think, what is it? It's like 160 savings or something, because you get 2 characters in it. Like, Armies of the Imperium. Like, yeah, it's 40, 80, like 120, 160. Like £42.50 for the R-Byte, so that's £85 right there. Then you got the Inquisitorial Agent, which will be this version. What was it? £85, that's £90.50, £120.50. Then you've got this guy. That's £146.50. And then you've got... Where is she? A cool piece. Here she is. £146.50 or £149.50. Wait, £149.50 or £169.50, sorry. Yeah, so you save a lot of money with that one. Compare that to the Sisters of Battle Combat Patrols up here, which is 2 of them. You got this one, which has the... Is it Repentus? Yeah, Repentus Squad and the Nothite Squad. Where's the Nothite Squad? Well, you got this thing. £49.50. £38, that's £79.50. £87.50. Oh, here they are. £87.50, £88.96, £126, and then £151 if you get this thing. So literally like £18.50 difference in terms of saving. It's a Vigilant Squad for same as yes. Yes, they are the same as one another. If you just click on them, go down here. Here you go. This kit includes options and accessories. So specialists like the Seller's Castigator. Let's look. I'm pretty sure it has all the options for everybody. Like, yeah, we got all the shields here. Yeah, so here you got the shields, you got the shock batons and stuff. You got the doggo, you got the big old maul. Over here you've got the shotguns, the sniper gun apparently. More shotguns, different mauls, different type of weapons. You got the shackles. Then over here you've got again different for heavy stubborn stuff. So yeah, this has options for everybody. Yeah. Let's click just to make sure it can be used as other squads. We go down here. 20 Vigilant Squad with 2 Cyber Mastiffs. Actually, it doesn't say it can be built differently, but if we go down, we can see the, hopefully. Oh no, it doesn't show the kill team spoo. Oh no, maybe you I've never bought this box, so maybe it does have options, maybe it doesn't. If so, that's 2 kill teams in 1 combat patrol. Yeah. That would have been the first time that's happened, I believe. Actually, 3 kill teams in 1 combat patrol. This. So 1 kill team, 2 kill teams, 3 kill teams. But let's look. So it said a Vigilant Squad. Now it is possible. No, because that's where the Cyber Mastiff is. There's not a Cyber Mastiff anywhere else. So it has to include this spoo that has the Cyber Mastiff in. So it must include all the abilities to make a subductor squad. Then this piece only has half the bodies on. And that one has only 1 body on. Yeah, it must be the entire spoo. Because if you remove any one of these spoos, you can't build a full squad. Yeah, it's a really good value. So, yeah. I actually did a thing of going through all of the combat patrols at one point, and this was one of the greatest value combat patrols. The main issue with it is that you don't get a good army. Like, if you want to play 40k with it, you get an Imperial Agents army and not a very good one. You don't... Yeah. There you go. Lights, cameras, action. Okay, C30 is this piece. Rogue Trader game made me want to build an Imperial army before getting into the models. Sadly, they're not too bad. If it takes some getting used to, people definitely win with Imperial Agents. There's a lot you can do with them. If you actually want to build a Rogue Trader army, it's actually one of the more fun ones to do. Because what you do, you build Imperial Fleet. You get yourself a Rogue Trader box. And what you can do, you can get a Navigator. Navigators are super cool. There's fun units to have. And what you can do is you can upgrade it so that, you know, 3 of your units can get Deep Strike. You can have your Rogue Trader just inflicting mortal wounds in every single fight. I just realised a lot of stuff in Imperial Agents is just kill teams. Yep. The Navy squad is a kill team squad. The Inquisitorial Agents, kill team squad. The Vigilance, kill team squad. For Arbite, sorry. All kill teams. But yeah. I think you can like farm out lethal hits and stuff as well if you go for the Imperial Navy one. But if you take some other unit, I would say that you would really benefit from is taking Sisters of Battle and their Immolator. If you take one squad of Sisters of Battle, 2 Immoliators, and you basically just go full multi-melter with them all, that's a great way to get some extra damage against vehicles on your side. Take 3 squads of what's they called, Imperial Navy guys, which you can just deep strike on the enemy. Take an assassin as well, like a Vindicare assassin for just some extra range power. Agents are not having an army again. Yeah, Foidsman are kill teams. I honestly really like them. But the army just feels a bit incomplete. Like, I feel like you should be able to take Taurox as an Imperial Agents. And the new Centaurs, to be honest. And they feel like they need... What I want them to do is I want them to release, basically, Imperial Citizenry units. And with the entire goal is that they can be used by a mixture of armies. Like, imagine having Imperial Cultists unit be released. And it's just like Imperials with, you know, various tattoos and stuff. Just like very citizenry, looking like cultists. But then they come with a bunch of extra options. Like, there's just one sprue, and on that sprue, like, you got one sprue with all the model parts on, then one extra sprue, and a third of it is just filled with Imperial cult cemetery icons. A third of it's filled with gene stealery stuff, and a third of it's filled with chaosy stuff. And as a result, you can build them for like Imperial cult fanatics, for, I don't know, militia, for Imperial agents and Sisters of Battle, and maybe Black Templar or something like that. Or you can build them as like cult fanatics or militia for gene stealer cults, or for chaos. That would be really fun. And then let's say you get the limo armored car thing. So it'll be like, you know, for limos type vehicles that officers are often seen riding about in the law. And again, it can be for the Imperial agents, but also for the gene stealer cults. And there's options on it to be able to like build it for either direction. It would just be fun to have more vehicles like that. I bet agents are really fun in boarding actions. Yeah, they're very much designed for boarding actions. Lots of short range weaponry, can pump out a lot of fire. Everyone else sad that they lost half their army while agents get 90% of their rods, just such as it is. Yeah. Unfortunately, not much can be done. for our poor Imperial agents. Rogue traders should buy themselves an army, yeah. What you really want to do is if you want to play a rogue trader that bought themselves an army, you don't have to buy the rogue trader model and entourage. You can literally just look at Necromunda models. There's really good options over there. But what you do is you take your rogue trader, you take some Imperial Navy, maybe get 2 squads of Imperial Navy officers. You have your rogue trader and your entourage, an Imperial Navy squad with them, another Imperial Navy squad that has your navigator in, and then maybe you have a couple of Inquisitorial Chimeras for yourself, and then you just have your other army. Maybe you've got Sisters of Battle as your other army, and you build your other army as the main army, and you just ally your Imperial agents into it, your rogue trader and stuff. Or maybe it's a guardsman army, so you get like all the vehicles. Or maybe you got a space marine army. I don't know. Maybe it's just you ally into Imperial Knights, so you've got some extra infantry in your Imperial Knight army. 3D printer model ripped from the Rogue Trader game, potentially. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to play agents. Actually, the main thing is you can't have if you only want to 1000 points army, you can only have 1 character in your army. So you can choose either to have your navigator or your rogue trader. I know that there's Imperial Knight players who prefer to, you know, they go, okay, I need extra infantry, and they don't want to go for the army list that will allow them to have Skitarii and stuff. So instead they go for the army list that they want, and then just like, okay, I've got 100 points spare, I'm just going to get myself an Imperial agent unit. Or 2. To fill out the rest of it. Rogue Trader bought themselves a Night House and 300 armigers. I mean, potentially. Maybe the Rogue Trader's originally from a Night House. Maybe the Rogue Trader actually just represents a Knight pilot. Like maybe even the leader of your Knights, but their Knight's been lost. And rather than, you know, take up somebody else's Knight, they're going into battle, you know, on foot. Which wouldn't be insane and wouldn't be unheard of. Knight pilots fighting on foot is pretty common in the lore to see. Because Night Pilot, basically a Night Pilot goes, okay, I lost my Knight. I'm still going to beat up the enemy. I'm just going to go in with my gun and my power sword. I'm just going to start slicing heretics to pieces. Let me at them. Oh, I really wish. What would be the coolest thing ever is to be able to upgrade any Knight. To just like, if you lose your Knight, it spawns a pilot. Oh my gosh, they can sell Knight pilot box. And it has 5 people in it you can make. Or, you know, 5 bases, 5 models. But there's loads and loads of customization options. Just to change how they look. Oh. Roll a dice on a 2+. Your Night Pilot just steps out of the suit and just goes crazy on people. I know you've already got the special character Knight who can do that. But we need more of it. We need more of it. For everybody. Okay, C20. Okay, C18, C19. C20, C18. Oh, that's not one. Have a turn this upside down. This way. All lone OP models. One model units, a pistol, power sword, and dream, yes. Add mech list, ally in, a knight, ally in, imperial agents. Yes. That would actually be the most hilarious army. Could you imagine going to a tournament going, yeah, I'm playing Admech. Plonk a knight on the table. Oh, okay. You go for Admech with knights in it. And then you go, you plonk down your Inquisitor. It's like, no, you plonk down the Assassin. Oh, you're also going for an Assassin. Okay, I get it. Plonk down your Inquisitor. It's like, what? Plonk down your Inquisitor unit. Retinue. Plonk down a bunch of Imperial Navy or Arbites. And it's like, here's my army. It's like, where's your Admech? No one said I needed to take Admech in my Admech army. It's just a knight, a bunch of Arbites, an Inquisitor, and an Assassin. Like, what? Your opponent just like has a brain hemorrhage. It's like, does that mean I automatically win? I've been checking through the rules. I guess so. On to the next opponent. Can you actually do that? Do you have to have, you know, a model from your actual army in your army? Or can you just go in full allies if you wanted to?
Add mech army, ally knight, ally death watching via imp agents. Corvus Black Star supremacy.
Yes. Oh, for the Corvus Black Star, sadly, we'll take something else. It will use up one of your units. Because it's not a dedicated transport, I believe. So, you know, you can have 3 units normally. Add a character in 1,000 points. Your Corvus Black Star would take up one of those units. Chimera wouldn't. You can take Chimeras in addition to your other stuff. You think I'm taking anything other than for Black Stars? That's cute. I guess they're not dedicated transport, so you can if you want to. Yeah, it's just over here is 21, so. A knight character, 2 named Inquisitors with agents, 3 Chimeras, 3 Rhinos, 2 Modiators, a sister squad, 2 Deathwatch kill teams. This list can be played as any Imperial army. True. The one thing I am sad about is that they got rid of my ultra cool ability of, do you know, your Death Watch don't have a not Heretic Astartes, the Adeptus Astartes keyword. So if they can't benefit from, you know, being put into a Space Marine army, because they don't have the correct keyword, it's like, no! Yeah. 2,000 points. A couple of your transports are blowing up, but don't worry about it. The sister squad can go in each emoliator. The 2 Death Watch kill teams. So 2 named Inquisitors with agents. They go in one of the Chimeras each. Your 2 Death Watch kill teams each go into a Rhino. Yeah, your second Chimera and your second Rhino, your third Chimera and your third Rhino, sorry, will explode at the start of the game because you can't play them without a unit inside them. You have to start the game with a unit inside a dedicated transport. Yeah. If you don't have a unit inside them, not allowed it. Yeah. The Emoliators and the Sisters of Battle are fine because the Emoliator forces your unit to split up anyway. So you can take 1 Sisters of Battle across 2 Emoliators. Can you get Razorbacks and agents? That would solve it. No, you can't. You can't get Tauroxes, you can't get Razorbacks. The only things you can get is Emoliators, Rhinos, and Chimeras. Inquisitorial Agent Chimeras, though, are only 70 points. Well, that's because they don't have a command keyword. Rather than the command ability, sorry. That the others do. Your Rhino's also 70 points. There we go. There we go. Now I'm just going to go because I got a parcel outside my door. There we go. What's in the parcel? What's in the box? Is it Warhammer? Of course it is. There we go. Oh, this is not what I expected. Me struggling to figure out where Grey Knights or Sisters of Squad is a requisitioned unit, but a Death Watch unit is a retinue. Because Death Watch are an inquisitorial army. Grey Knights, while they work in close proximity to the Inquisitors, technically are not an inquisitorial army. The Sisters of Battle are an Adeptus Ministratum army, so they are, do you know, the part of the ecclesiarchy. So while they do often work in consort with the Inquisition, they are not directly under the leadership of the Inquisition. The Grey Knights, on the other hand, were created before the Inquisition. They existed before, I believe it's before the Inquisition. The Inquisition came around after the Horus Heresy, I believe. And the Grey Knights came around before just before the end. Set up by the Emperor. Were the Inquisition set up by the... I don't think they were. So, yeah. But the Death Watch were set up by the Audiocinos as a specific army. It is the Inquisitors often take a leading role of the Death Watch. They go... The basic Death Watch is just fully under the order of the Inquisition, meaning that they are a retinue and not requisitioned. Arguably. That's what I'd say anyway. The distinction was before all 8 Death Watch players kicked off, I think. Potentially. I think there might also be some stuff there as well, because I think it's to stop keywords and stuff. Like, if you look at the Death Watch, they don't have the actual Death Watch keywords. Like the Inquisition Death Watch keywords, I mean. I like Death Watch, young unit, kill team, unit, bricks, yeah. By the way, this is what arrived. Macro plasma batteries! And by macro, they do mean macro. Plasma battery, bigger than any vehicle. If you remember that made to order ages ago, I just ordered 3 whole boxes of them. I'm joking, I didn't. I ordered a bunch of the inquisitorial stuff. Not inquisitorial, just for terrain. Like the servo haulers over here. Oh, look at those chains, it's a crane! Ooh. Sadly, it doesn't do the cool thing of, you know, showing the entire sprue beforehand. Yeah, this terrain is a lot bigger than I actually anticipated it to be. Like, that's how long the crane chain is. So that means this unit is absolutely massive. Oh my gosh. They need to create forklifts. Like, do you know all this servo terrain? Like, look at this. Put a Gene Stealer cult people on the back of these and some guns. Or like some, you know, what's it called? Some chaos cultists on them. They would make such cool industrial vehicles deal for Gene Stealer cult. Oh, this would make a great Arky thing as well, wouldn't it? I like the Deathwatch units for kill team. My favourite one is the Spectre kill team. You know, is this called Spectre? Basically for Phobos kill team, it's just hilarious. Go onto the Deathwatch army maker or whatever. And just look up this kill team and combine it with a Phobos librarian. Because you can combine it with a Phobos librarian. You can combine it with any of the Adeptus Astartes. But yeah, I think the main reason for a lot of the stuff is that they don't want you like creating a Space Wolf army, adding or like a Black Templar army, adding in some Deathwatch units, and then them having all the correct keywords because they're Adeptus Astartes to work with whatever crazy army you're making. And also these things. Yep, that's correct. Look at so pretty. I got some new terrain today. I got some amazing terrain. I was hoping it'd be my Armageddon book. Massive for Crusade book. And my green stuff rollers. But sadly it was not. Anti-monster plus 5+ on all attacks. Spectrus, yeah, it's Spectrus skill team. I love them. With the Librarius Conclave, funny Pyromancer enhancement. Yeah. They take the Spectre kill team, Librarianus Conclave, and then put a Phobos Librarian in the unit, and you can do some hilarious stuff. You can basically just make the unit appear, shoot somebody, they can't do anything to you, disappear again, appear elsewhere, and they just keep doing that. And it's like, oh, you can't shoot at me because I'm too far away from you. It's like, oh, so I get all of these cool bonuses, and look, all these cool units. Like, yeah, yes, we can just teleport across the battlefield. Yes, you can't respond to what I'm doing. Yes, this is the most fun thing to play against. The fun thing about library, actually, one of the fun things about adding Inquisitors to your army in general, add a Psychic Inquisitor to your army. In for Librarianus Conclave, and as far as I'm aware, unless I can't remember, did the 11th edition change it at all? Or what Librarianus Conclave does for you is any model that's psychic, you know, any unit that has a psychic keyword, and well, you can just add your Inquisitor to any battle line unit and give it the psychic keyword, so it works with Librarianus Conclave. It's literally one of the best, oh, what's the word? You know, stuff working well together. Look at this. It's so cool. We got suspension. Suspension! Such suspense. Do we want to have a person popping out the top of this or not? Very funny detachment, yeah. Oh, I'm trying to remember the word. Not symmetry, so... Works well together. I can't think of it. Well, a lot of the issue when it comes to allying units into your army is that they don't benefit from your detachments and stuff, so there's not a lot of what the vehicle is actual running game. The word is synergy. Synergy, yes! Synergy. It's one of the best things for synergy when it comes to allying agents into your armies. Because most of the time you get no synergy with these extra units. The only reason you'll add them is because they're kind of cheap. And honestly, they're not even that cheap, so... Yes. One of the things I'm upset about at the moment is that there's a couple of things that doesn't have much synergy or use at the moment in Imperial Guardsmen, and that's the Psyker and the Priest. The Priest isn't too bad if you add them into like a Krieg squad or a Catagen squad with like a command squad as well, or Commissar, because it gives your unit sustained hits. It gives them a bit of extra melee buff. The main issue is that they can't give orders themselves, and you're not that good in melee even with the
Worst
sustained
vehicle
hit.
ever. No space to store the snacks. Definitely doesn't have kettle in it either. Absolute travesty.
No, look. You got little hatches here. I like to imagine these are snack hatches. Oh gosh, that's not being stuck on properly at all. Where's my other clip? Let's see if they are. Gosh. Hey, Marv. No, like, look at this. This is clearly a little toolbox or a snack box that's just on the side of a vehicle. Or it might just be a place for like someone to pop their head up out of, but you know. Oh, that's not lined up either on that side. How about this one? Yeah, that one's better. And here we see the most important part of a proper British vehicle, the water boiler. Yes, we have a kettle and air tanks to brew up the tea. But it's not just for tea, it's, you know, soup and, you know, heating up your ration pack. And honestly, this would have more than enough room, to be honest. It's got a nice escape hatch here, nice escape hatch at the back. But yeah, where's my Kriegsman gone? He's over here. We've got a Kriegsman with a gun right next to it. You can see this is actually... I got another delivery. It is big enough for this person to walk around, so I imagine that there would be room for, you know, your little snack boiler. So, I got another box. Oh, God. I got 2 boxes. Two cupcake. Cupcake. Okay, imagine this might be my Armageddon. But to see how the previous war for Armageddon went, because I'm now interested. Yes, finally! I've got a proper dry brushing pilot. Got some more Ravenous. Some proper termagants. I got a roll maker so I can make some mechanical tentacles for my AdMech. I love how you keep thinking maintenance hatches are for crew access. No, 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 no. Look, definitely crew access hatches. Actually, out of these ones, I imagine this one might be the maintenance hatch. Maybe it'll be a crew hatch. What? Either this one's maintenance or this one's crew. That one's probably maintenance. Or crew. Oh, it's big enough. Now, that one looks like it'll be more maintenance with a big exhaust being here. I mean, if these look like they're going to be potentially maintenance hatches here. Oh no, it's hard to know. You got lit these things which look like they could hatch up. But I don't know. The Armageddon Crusade book. Templars on the back. And Space Wolves. Pretty cool stuff. Bubble wrap. Vegas next. Okay, now my bedroom is just a box graveyard. Okay, I think this is just a book. I think this is... Which book is it? It was like a special edition of a book. Was it one of the Horace books? I don't know. I kind of forgot I ordered it until Games Workshop was like, hey, we're sending you a book. I'm like, oh. I'd forgotten about that. So much packaging. Such a big box. Oh my gosh, this is an absolutely massive box. And inside this absolutely massive box filled with packaging is another smaller box. Think They could have just sent this box. Talk about wasteful. Okay, and then there's an even smaller book inside it, which has packaging on and a little seal that I can just move away. And look, it's made out of fake leather, which is definitely not going to disintegrate. Ooh, Era of Ruin, the anthology. All we have left now are stories. Gold. Oh, look at that. Oh. Gold! I wish dice are edible. Don't eat dice! As a hi, Zach, put my centaur and hippogriff together. Turret's a push fit, which is great. Ooh, turret's a push fit. We've not gotten to the turrets yet. Yeah, I have seen people, you know, combining different parts of the centaurs and stuff together. So, like, putting the tracks and one wheel on these things, turning them into half tracks, and then putting all the wheels onto the centaur. I'm probably not going to do that. I like my half tracks, and I like my six-wheeler mini tanks, which are technically not tanks. They're armored fighting vehicles, but whatever. I just wish the data sheets for them were just a little bit better. Like, I don't mind having a bad data sheet. Like, it doesn't have to be met. It's just, oh, at the moment they kind of suck. They kind of suck. Don't eat the dice. Don't eat the gold. No. There we go. Yeah. Suspension. So suspenseful. There we go. There we go. And what I want to do is put 15. Yeah, 15 and 16. Onto the other side. How well would the Vigilator cannon actually be against other vehicles? Like, I mean, against another vehicle of its size. Or like a Capicus carrier. Then that's toughness 7. 3 plus armor save. D6 attacks, 3.5 hit. No, 3.5, sorry, is the average. Rolling to hit, you'll get 1.75. Rolling to wound, you'll get about 1.2. 0.6. You do 1.2 damage on average with a Vigilator cannon. Yeah, it could definitely have a proper anti-tank cannon on it. Like, have it be a little rolling tank destroyer. I mean, it does have a last cannon, but the last cannon, yeah. It'd be cool if it was a heavy last cannon. Eight, 70 points. Yeah, I think I'm going... I'm just hoping the next data slate that comes out, you know, fixes a bunch of the points at the moment. M18 Hellcat mode activate. The Hellcats! Wasn't that like... No, that's Battle Cats, never mind. Ancient TV show. There we go. Look at that! Oh my goodness! Suspension! Then we've just got to add wheels to them. There we go, and I think I definitely prefer the Refrigerator Cannon just for both looks and capabilities. I tried the multi-mount to mount-to-gun combo. They didn't kill much, but they block a road for a turn, then they die. Yeah. I don't think mount-to-cannon would necessarily help much either if it was a mount-to-cannon instead, because it would still be going for the same strength. It would just have a bit more damage on it. And might be able to get 3 attacks, might only get 1, might get 2. Would it be fun if we could have a mount-to-cannon version of it instead? Yeah. Mount-to-guns usually don't kill a lot. I mean, the multi-mounters aren't too bad, like when firing into a space marine or whatever, because, you know, you wound them on 2s, no armor save allowed. Unless they're in cover. Which won't be for long because 11th edition is saying no to that now. They're not worth 70 points. The main competition they've got is the Armoured Sentinels, and to be quite frank, the Armoured Sentinels are just better. You want the last cannon to take out tanks, just get an Armoured Sentinel and it gets rerolls to wound against vehicles. It gets the Armoured Skirmisher keyword as well. It's got a better armor save. It's otherwise got the same stats. I mean, it's slightly slower, but not by a lot. It's 8 inches versus 12 inches. Alternatively, just go for, you know, Scout Sentinel. 10-inch move. 55 points. So, Armored Sentinels are 5 points cheaper for tougher and for killier against vehicles. Scout Sentinels. Choose one unit with an 15 points cheaper than this guy. Exact same stats except 1 less toughness. And they've got 2 inch less movement. But pick one unit within 18 inches. Within 18 inches. That unit, anyone who shoots at it now gets to reroll a hit of 1. Which is really very useful, especially guardsmen, since we don't have the best ballistic skill. So, you know, we do well. But also it has a 9-inch scout move, so in the first turn, it's moving about as quickly as this thing anyway. If it advanced a full 6 inches. So yeah. But on top of that, they can have a plasma cannon, so they're kind of better at shooting into marines if at -3 AP. They can have auto cannons. They're better in melee if someone does throw melee at them, and they get to attack back. They also have the regiment keyword, so that means that, you know, generic officers can give sentinels key commands and orders, which you can't do it for these things unless you put them into the armored skirmisher detachment. So yeah. These guys really are not worth the points. I mean, they're still very fun units. They've still got a cool design, but they're so overcosted. I think if they could have a melter cannon, the vigilator cannon got +2 attack, so it's D6 +2 instead of D6. The las cannon got replaced with a heavy las cannon, and the Gatling cannon got devastating wounds. I think it would then be worth its points. Alternatively, you need to like just reduce it down to about 55 points, maybe 60 points, so it just sits perfectly between both sentinels. At least it's still better with its points than a stupid centaur is. Oh my gosh, centaurs are 85 points. They're the same as a chimera. Oh, my Talan did check up the what the Reddit was saying about the centaurs and these things. He missed the fact that on the Reddit people were also complaining about it. I mean, they're not so badly pointed. It's you never take them. It's just eh. I'm just really hoping the next data slate for the Guardsman is good to us. Gosh, Yavik is massively overpointed. Graves on foot is a little bit overpointed. I mean, she's still super cool though. I like Graves on foot. C27, C26. Okay. 26, 25. Yeah. 27, 26, 25. Nice. Yeah, wheels! We got wheels. Wheeling and dealing. Dealing and wheeling. Drive me closer. I want to hit them with my sword. There we go. Oh yeah. Look at this tiny little car. It's adorable. It'll be absolutely destroyed by this guy. But can it do a flip? Wait. Do you know if those old skateboard things? Yeah! It does a flip better than those old skateboard things. Because it's got a little hole. Yeah. Yeah! Flips! What chunk? Gavlon wheel, Gavlon deal. Hello, punished scarab. Wait, do I want to say hello to you? I'm so glad you murdered fought to protect Dex. I swear I saw something. I think it was another VTuber had like a YouTube short with them in. Oh, we can actually make it so the wheels are going in certain directions. That's cool. This side you can't do that on the back wheels as well. And you couldn't if you want to. We can have them straight. We can have. I like that. I like them going out slightly. That deck came back at least partially. Oh, I never knew if they were called tech decks, if I'm going to be entirely honest with you. And if you just cut off that little nibbly knobbly bit there, you could probably make it four wheel turning. Which something like this probably should be. But you know. Do you think these are going to come in boxes of 2, or do you think they're going to come in boxes of 1? Because I could imagine them coming in boxes of 2. Okay, we want it to be in similar angle. Yeah! There we go. Oh, it's coming together. That wheel does not want to stay on, does it? I think I'll just leave it for a little bit. And I hope for 2, there's somewhat armature in stature. They do have more sprue than the armatures. The armatures were what? 1 main sprue, then 1 sprue for each armature side. So it was like for each of them was a small sprue. So they had about 3/4 that comes in here. If they come by themselves, just boxes of 1, I hope they're not more than £32.50 retail, so buying it from the website. If they come in boxes of 2, I hope not more than £55. Because they are very simple boxes of models. Running out of glue in this pot. Actually, I should probably have it just slightly turning so it's, you know, starting to move the same direction as its fellow car. What would be cool and I guess would make them worth a 70 points, is if these had like the command car ability or something. So they could issue one order to another unit nearby. Or alternatively, if they had like that Fox Relay ability. So if an officer is issuing an order, they can issue an order to anything that's within 6 inches of this, as well as within 6 inches of themselves. That would be cool. So yeah, I wish we had more stuff like that in the game. I just realised I have 3 different chaplains in my army. How many chaplains do I have? I know that I've got, in my rapid response force, I have, oh, it's a High Jenkins defecto. I have 3 chaplains. Well, I'm going to have 3 because I'm going to buy the new Armageddon starter set. So there's got to be 2 jump pack chaplains because I've already built 1 jump pack chaplain, which was converted from a captain. And that one's a recent build. And I've also got a chaplain on bike in the army. Because it's my rapid response force. I then think there's like a chaplain in almost every single one of the detachments. Because you've got to have a master of ceremonies. I say a chaplain or an executor or a justiciar. The siege detachment has 2 chaplains in it because they're both Terminator chaplains. The not Vanguard veterans, the Vengeful veterans, which is a Terminator detachment, that has 3 chaplains in it, 3 Terminator chaplains as well. Before it gets in my hands and I kit bashed 3 justiciars. Yeah, I've kit bashed a few justiciars. I've only got 1 actual justiciar, like the original model. The rest of them are just kit bashed together. The mobile detachment has an ancient, a marshal, a chaplain, and a castellan. Plasma detachment has no actual chaplains in it. Realise. I have 1 Terminator chaplain, 1 Interrogator chaplain, and Asmodai. Oh. Look at my hands and I can... Repent! Repent! There we go. New recruit. New recruit. Where's my arm? I now need to count how many chaplains I've got. I know that I'm going to have a lot of tech priests. Tech marines, sorry. Oh yeah, by the way, we never looked at first. Anyone have any idea? I'm guessing syphilis. Wood elves. Yeah. Sylvaneth, that's the one. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've changed up how my army's working for my Acquisitors now, in which every single detachment now has to have a tech marine in it. Oh, and that's like for overseers. So this army, primary battle line has an execrator in, so that's a chaplain. Yeah, only the one. Only the one. Every battle line has chaplain. I'm using the Crucible, you know, champion of the chapter rules, to make a chaplain in Graphis armor for that one. So that's one. I've already made that model. Then the Relic Detachment has a Judicia. Oh, yeah, that one uses. If you ever want a cool Judicia model, don't worry, it's more than big enough to be a Space Marine, a Primaris Space Marine. In fact, it's big enough to be a Terminator if you really wanted it to be. It's a really cool model. This guy makes the perfect Judicia. It's absolutely massive model. Yeah. I converted him to be more Black Temporary, but yeah, this is like his Executioner act instead of, you know, the sword. Yeah. Then the Relic Detachment has the Venerable Veterans, the Tech Marine, Overwatcher Tech Marine, and Master of the Third. Wait, why does it have 2 Tech Marines in it? I don't know. Ah, it's got 2 Tech Marines in it. No more Judicious there or anything. Plasma Battle Line. I don't think this one has an actual chaplain in. It's a Crusader Ancient, First Lieutenant, Second Lieutenant, Third Lieutenant. Because this is all plasma. So it's got 3 Hellblaster units in. Praetor, yeah. It also makes an amazing Executioner as a Chaos Space Marine, yeah. So Hellblasters, obviously each Hellblaster has a Lieutenant leading them for those lethal hits. Juicy lethal hits. And then each one has an Apothecary. Yeah. And instead of in a Master of Ceremony here, instead I'm going to convert one of the Apothecaries to be like a Chaplain Apothecary. Yeah, and obviously it's got 2 Inceptor squads with plasma, Sword Brethren with plasma, Derodale Dreadnought with plasma, 3 Redemptor Dreadnoughts with plasma. One of them is actually made from a Saturnine. I gave the Chainsword from a Knight. Then Repulsor Executioner with plasma, and 2 Aquila Kill Teams with plasma. Just all the plasma. Then you got for Mobile Battle Group. Yeah, that one only has 1 chaplain in it. Then for Siege Force. How many chaplains? I think there might be another chaplain. You've got for 2 chaplains in Terminator armor. No, it doesn't have an Execrator in it. I thought it might have had. No, yeah, it's got a Crusader H. Not a Execrator, sorry. Lieutenant. Then for Defense Force, I think that has 2 Judicious in it. Yeah, 2 Judicious and an Execrator. So they're all chaplain-y stuff. That's enough for army with 3 of them in. Yeah, I'm building 40,000 points of Black Templar, by the way. Then the Rapid Response Force has the 2 chaplains of jump packs, chaplain on bike. This is almost fully built now. Just need to get the Armageddon box once it finally comes out. Stealthwing has obviously no chaplains here. I did think about making the jump pack dude a chaplain, the captain of jump pack, because, you know, the chaplain has those extra mortal wounds to go with these guys, but decided to go for the captain because of a +1 strength. Because unfortunately, they don't actually have a lot of anti-vehicle capabilities in this army. I should have built the scout squads with missile launchers. But, you know, you live and you learn. Armored car. Tech Marine, Tech Marine, Tech Marine. Yeah. I guess I could build one of these. A Tech Marine chaplain. Oh, that would be amazing. Yes. Okay. Oh no, that accidentally duplicated him. Rename this dude. Rename him. Master of Ceremonies. He's going to be a Tech Marine chaplain now. Yeah. And then for Vigilant Fire Force, they have Marshal, Judicia, Execrator. That's 2 chaplains. And 2 captains. And a Tech Marine, obviously. I'll make an entire 1000 Marine custom chapter. That's the goal for the next couple of years. Yeah, this is 1000 points. 1000 Marines. 1070 Marines, 319 Neophytes. Neophyte training. Does that have any? No, if it's got 3 apothecaries, because that's like you need your apothecaries to watch over your neophytes. Castellan, chaplain, ancient, execrator, lieutenant master. So 2 chaplains here. And then 13th detachment has show crucible characters. Yeah, that's a chaplain. And then 2 more chaplains. Yeah, it's just because I gave a chaplain a heavy framer, like he can't use it, but then, you know, the stuff came out. The Crucible of Champions. I'm like, oh my god, I can create a chaplain Terminator armor with a heavy, Pyre Blaster, which is basically just a heavy flamer. Go on, cut. Whip out the Marshal. Wait, which Marshal? Which Marshal do you want me to whip out? Alderic? Okay, I can show you guys Alderic. I still regret him being one of the first models I painted after getting back into Warhammer. Oh my gosh, boxes everywhere. This is the Marshal of the Acquisitus. Yeah, see, he's not super well painted. Look at that giant hand. Yeek. Yeah. This guy is much better painted than him, and he's not even fully finished in many regards. Fist over... No! It's a claw, not a fist. Hi, Seredwin. The big boy, Mr. Fist. Mr. Claw at Iron Hands Forge Father. There we go. Okay, we're now building the turrets. So we want to get the base of the turret done. Have you ever realised that the play features on Warhammer are kind of really important? And by play features, I mean, like, do you know, for parts where you're not meant to glue it, so it's got some freedom of movement. Like, just be able to move a turret around on a tank is just really fun. And be able to, like, just move its gun up and down. It's like, yay! Or do, like, for arms and your knights, it's like, yay! It's got karate chop action! There we go. Why am I... Someone did the big mean to me. There we go. There we go, it goes like this. I personally do not care for play features besides turrets. But for amazing. I don't call them play features, but really for posing features, so you can repose them however you want. And if you get tired of a pose, you can repose it a different way. But if it was a Lego, they'd call it play features. And in 40k, would just say poseability. Ability to pose it. Oh, I love playing with my little models and going, ah, look, I can move about. No whimsy. The tolerances have been wonky. Yeah. If you ever get something, do you know if that's too loose? Put a bit of glue on the joint, but don't allow it to fully set. So, right, don't forget to allow it to fully, just stick. So just keep moving it every so often. Because eventually, the glue will dry up. But what it would do, it would create the surface rough enough that, it now has more... It has less movement within it. Or it moves less easily, rather. That's absolutely great. And sometimes it's not great. Like sometimes it's when it's too tight and it just risks breaking everything when you're trying to fit it together. That's when it's the worst. But you can always just cut the pieces down until, it's got enough movement and flexibility in it again. I see. I did leave a hatch on my Land Raiders since it wasn't too bad. Oh, I feel like they kind of maybe improved the Land Raider over years, because I remember my old Land Raiders from when I was a kid. The hatch would break almost immediately. It would never stick. I wonder if it changed anything with the way that they molded it or something, because all my Land Raiders have built since. The hatches are much better with. They're not perfect, but they're much better with. The more modern ones are just much better, partly because they don't have that weird joint on them. Oh gosh, 34. 34, 34, 34. Over here. You look squishable. Thank you. All of the old vehicles are designed to be taken apart. Like, for Predator, for Land Raider, even the Lehman Russes. They're designed so that you can just take the turrets off and you can take the side weapon sponsors off, because it used to be for old rules. When your vehicle took too much damage, its weapons will blow off. I was meant to go for this way, actually. Maybe it's meant to go for this way, actually. That makes more sense. Unfortunately, a lot of those old designs, though, they were not very good. It's like the Predator sponsons, they just break up. The little connection part breaks so easily. What do shield generators even do in a crisis suit if you're an invulnerable save? Well, I think didn't shield generators used to give you an invulnerable save, now they just give you an extra wound. So, it depends. Shield drones give you an extra wound, because basically if they've got a powerful force field on them, but if it gets hit too hard, the drone just explodes. Otherwise, it just gives you an invulnerable save, which is to say that it's like an Iron Halo. Armor penetrating attacks aren't as effective against you. Don't turn me into a cat. Because they're not hitting armor, they're hitting a force field. And force fields are tougher. There we go. Do it! I'll put the top part on it. Oh, got a basket on that part. Interesting. Do you think that's another snack box? Oh, that's a snack box! Yeet! And it might be an ammo box, you'd think, but do you know, like the heavy stubber ammo or something? No, it's a snack box. It's a tank commander, and for like looking out of a vehicle can just like reach over, grab a snack, grab a sandwich, grab the little cornstarch pasty or something. I don't know. Sausage and bean melt. Love a sausage and bean melt. Snack box. Couldn't find them in new recruit. It got me confused. Oh, the crisis suits, they don't have shield generators anymore. You can model them onto them. It just doesn't do anything. If you look up, if you allow legends, you can find the crisis suits there. But I don't know if they actually have a shield generator there. Let me just quickly look. Shield generator, Tau, legends. Legends are visible, so vehicle, crisis battle suit. Yeah, shield generator gives you four. If you look up the legends rules of the crisis battle suit, which you can just build using the crisis battle suit team, that's actually what they used to build. They give you a 4+ invulnerable save. There's a sig boxer when you run out of ammo, and a hive tyrant is in front of your tank. You know, that's just what the extra box of ammo is for. That's what your sword is for. No. That's when you just draw your sword and go drive me at them. I want to hit them with my sword. You don't understand the beauty of it, do you? Where's my melter gun? I don't want a stubber. I want a proper melter gun. Yeah, the Gatling cannon definitely needs devastating wounds. Otherwise, it's just straight up worse than the Vigilator. Well, other than it can be fired into melee. Oh, there's the melter gun. And here's the Vigilator. Only Sunforges have a shield dren for old custom suits do though. Yeah. Wait, the Sunforges have a shield generators. I'm gonna have to look this up now. Tau. Which one do I use? The Sunforges, isn't that the fusion one? Yeah. Oh, they do. They do have the invulnerable save. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's what the invulnerable save is on the... Okay, it's good that I did model them with that then, anyway. Yeah, they got the 4+ in fun. Oh gosh, this does not want to go in the hole. Oh no. I put it in upside down. That's sideways. That's kind of correct. Yeah, there's a big old gap there. Why is it? There's not meant to be a gap there, is there? No, it's meant to fit flush. Oh, that's because I'm missing a piece. Oops. Yeah, I'm missing a piece. There's like some little rings that are meant to go around it first. Where is it? I don't actually see them here. Because we're side on and not flat. Oh, it's this cover. Yeah, I forgot the cover. Ugh. I'm a silly person. Now, someone might say, don't glue your weapons onto it. What if you want to change? But I like the Figillator cannon. I'm not going to change it. There we go. Also, Vigilator cannon, I can wrap some chain around it. And a melter gun, yeah! Is a heavy stubber arguably better than the melter? Yes, but it doesn't fit the theme. The theme is purge the enemies with fire and flame. Yeah! Okay, where's the other stuff I need? Okay, there's a smoke launcher. Nice. Rule of cool trumps rule of practical. I mean, arguably it is better, because in my cavalry force, I've got 2 units of Casvikin inside, what are they called? I forget what they're named. The Centaur, that's it. The Centaur. Then 2 recon squads. 2 scout sentinels. I'm not sure what I want to arm them with. I'm not even sure I want to build my scout sentinels. I'm going to wait until Datasheet comes out to see if we get any point reductions. Then 3 squads of Attilan Rough Riders. 2 squads of Death Riders. Lord Marshal Dreer, because this is the cavalry force. We got cavalry. And what else is there? Oh yeah, 2 Castellans leading each of the squads. So there's a lot going on there. If a crisis can get fusion blades, my Sunforge can LARP ass Blade God veterans with fusion blades and shield. Yeah. I feel the fire knife suits get the bad end of the stick rule-wise. The other 2 are peak abilities. If the rules were below starting strength, that would be hilarious. I can't remember what the fire knife do. You've got the Sunforge, which are cool anti-tank abilities. You've got the Star... Is it the Star Scythe? No, isn't the fire knife a super cool melee shooty one, sorry? Or is the fire knife a plasma one and missile one? Because aren't they like... I know the anti-infantry one and the anti-tank one are the two popular ones, while the missile launcher and plasma one is, you know, it's two jack of all trades, master of none. Meant to be more of an anti-marine force, but it doesn't feel, you know, good enough. I don't know what this is. I kind of just want to paint it as like an orange or bright red light or something. I don't know what it's actually meant to be. Maybe a radar? Oh, maybe it's a camera. Oh, it might be one of those, you know, 360-degree cameras they sometimes see. Although it would be a horrible thing being right next to the antenna. And being at the back's not good. I guess it would be good for getting a good view of the back without having to, you know, look behind you. And this thing is probably a rangefinder of some sort. You know, tracker. Although actually, that looks more like a proper rangefinder or something on the side here. Actually, no, it's meant to go that direction. Oh. But it could be a night or thermal scanner or something like that. Maybe. What detachments are they using? Oh, we're using the new armoured skirmisher detachment. Because we've got 2 sentinels that can get the armoured skirmisher. The 2 of these guys which gets armoured skirmisher, and 2 other things. Oh, and the 2 centaurs get armoured skirmisher. It's not great for the cavalry, mind you, in the squad. But, you know. That's cool. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of move. A bit of too much movement there, so let's just put some glue down. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, armoured skirmishers is probably not great for the amount of Rough Riders I've got in the army. And honestly, Chimeras would be way better than the Centaurs, especially with the Castellans inside. Because the Castellans will give it... What do Castellans give? They have orders, that's it. And, you know, they'll be able to give orders outside of the Chimera. Potentially to the Chimera. But if they're in a Centaur, they can't do the orders until they come out of it. Or it would be better to give them a Taurox, because the Taurox allows them to move quicker, so you can just move them across the battlefield and immediately just deploy them over into your enemy's zone. And with the fact that they have a scout move, Star Scythe is flame and burst cannon with improved HP against infantry and fall back and shoot. Sunforge gets reroll wounds and damage against big game with melters, which is exactly what you want. Yep. I like the Grizzle Detachment. The Grizzle Detachment is too good, to be honest. Like, you can just pretty much build any army you want as a good Grizzle Detachment, and it'll be probably better than doing it otherwise. Because I use a Grizzle Detachment for my... Is it my Armoured Company? Oh yeah, the reason I went for Armoured Skirmishers as well is just so I could give orders to my vehicles. Because it allows all orders to be given to Squadron. But let me have a moment. What else do I have? Because I've got them into different regiments. Ooh, the Rules of City of Sigmar unit. But different regiments. So you got your Armoured Super Heavies. What do they use? Oh no, they use the new Titanic one. The Steel Hammer. Yeah. So you can have a Shadow Storm Swords and Bane Blades. That's fun. As characters. Acquisitor serves cavalry. Entrenched uses a siege. Yeah, for armored might use this Grizzled Company because it's just better than anything else if you know those zero ones to hit. With 3 Hellhounds, I'm not sure I want to eradicate this, but then it's got Lemanus Commander, 2 Dawn Commanders. I guess I could make one of the Dawn Commanders just a normal Dawn. Would arguably be better. 3 Vanquishers. Yeah, if I made it just a normal Dawn, I could just replace them with, you know, normal Lehman Russes. But Vaganar's cover's really powerful. They're meant to go forward and support the Hellhounds, and the Hellhounds are already just, like, forcing people out of cover. So, I don't know. I'm not sure what I want for them yet. Maybe just make them Demolishers. Shoot into melee. Yeah, for Entrenched, I went for the Siege Regiment, but honestly, the Siege Regiment kind of sucks. But it just feels so fitting, because look at all the artillery. 3 artillery teams with a Siege Cannon, obviously, because that's the best one. 3 Ordnance Batteries with a Bombard Cannon, because obviously it's the best one. And I kind of want to get 3 Basilisks. A bunch of just all the artillery. Yeah. Ministratum Priest. Oh, that's insane. What are the new rules of these guys? The Gate Gargant opened the gates. Oh yeah, we already talked about this on their channels. Ooh. 2 attacks, it's some fees, wounds and fours. Add 1 to its attacks and damage. Oh, that's cool. Eh. Oh, I need Death Wizards and your Fire Wizards. Those are super cool models though. Basilisk, not Basilisk. Basilisks. Yeah. I do think that Basilisks kind of, ever since the Siege Artillery's come out, the Basilisks seem kind of meh by comparison. And I think it's made even worse when you look at the... Oh, what is the other competition right now? What is it? With 11th edition coming out, it gets even worse for Basilisks. Because now... Because what the Basilisk has, compared to the Siege Cannon, is that The siege cannon can move only 3 inches. Basilisk can move 10. Siege cannon only hits some 5s, but has a heavy keyword. So if it stays still, it can get +1 to hit. And the basilisk just hits some 4s straight up. So that means it can get it can move, get a direct line of sight on someone, hit them as hard as possible with its much weaker gun. But now the siege cannon with 11th edition can move its full distance and still shoot with full accuracy. Because the rules now for heavy is she can move 3 inches and still get the benefit. And guess how much a siege cannon can move? 3 inches. You can just be moving and shooting, just scooting and shooting with it, with its full accuracy. Amazing. And it's much cheaper. And it's not as tough as a basilisk. And I think it does have a slightly bigger footprint with that massive bases on. Mantic base of a basilisk. Yeah, manticores are pretty cool too. And Death Strike missiles, I think, are a bit underrepresented into how useful they are. Because, yes, they're not going to get many kills onto a battlefield because your opponent will always just, you know, ignore where they're going to shoot you. They're just going to like, okay, I'm just not going to go there. But it's great for just going, I can't capture that objective, so I'm going to blow up that objective. It's like, oh. So either you go and try capturing that objective and lose the unit that's about to capture it, or, you know, you get off that objective and then you just change where your position is for next time. Which I think is pretty fun, to be honest. Oh, it's a great way of going, I'm going to attack massively into this area. Now you can bring up your forces to, you know, counter my flank charge over here, or, you know, my flanking move. But exactly where you'll need to be, I'm going to have my basilisk target. So you won't be, so either you try countering my forces, not basilisk, my Death Strike missile, and my Death Strike missile hits every single unit you're going to try countering with. Or you don't move to counter my flanking move. I mean, it's not very competitive, but it is just a fun thing to do with it. I believe at one point, the Manticore, the Death Strike missile, was the only vehicle in the base game that could have the Apocalyptic Blast template if you wanted to use it. So what I'm hearing, 3 Death Strikes, maybe. You can basically just go, the entire battlefield is now my target. Your entire deployment zone is my target. The issue there is they are expensive, and the main benefit to them is disruption. And you're going to struggle getting your points worth of disruption out with them. And you're definitely going to struggle getting your damage out with them. If you've got 3 of them, you're more likely to get your damage out, but you're pretty much going to have to be just targeting 1 unit and go, there's no way you can escape me now. But that's basically wasting like 500 points into just targeting 1 unit every 2 turns, which is not worth it. And you'll probably not even obliterate it. You'll just damage it and annoy it. But yeah, the Basilisk feels kind of weak because It's effectively got 4 less strength than the siege cannon does. Now, the big thing about it against the siege cannon is 1, its movement, 2, its durability. I think it might have a slightly smaller footprint. But also it's got a 120-inch range. It used to have a minimum range, by the way, and I think its minimum range was something like 24 inches.
Manticores have always been the direct competition to basilisks. Except when you could bring basils in squads of 3.
They've not always been, because manticores never used to be a thing. Until the current Lehman Russ came out. In which case, I think we got manticores at the same time. And Death Strike missiles. There was a point where Basilisk became one of the worst units, though, because they got given a minimum range. So unless you're playing on a massive Apocalypse board, they became useless after the first turn. As everything just got outside of your got inside your minimum range, sorry. They're like, no! I am now useless. I still get the Auxilia Basilisk. The Auxilia Basilisk is based on the Lemon Rust, which is hilarious. I'm really hoping that they bring back, you know, some of the, you know, just things like the Malkadar and stuff like that into 40k and not just as legends. Or at least, if we're going to keep them legends, can we get some of the super cool units that are currently not legendarified? E.g., you know, the, oh, what is it called? The Dracothan Assault Vehicle or something. You know, the Solar Auxilia Transport, which is absolutely cool. I love that thing. Yeah, I just hate that I can't use it. In 40k, even in Legends. There's also a bunch of Mechanicus units I wish got legendified. What about the Crassus Assault Vehicle? I can't remember what that one is. Legion players are waiting for the Gargan to become a unit. Would the Gargan be for Horus Heresy? Because I thought the Gargan was more Macarius vehicle. Like the Gargan was heavily related to the Steel Legion, the Kriegsmen, and stuff like that, alongside the Macarius. I'm hoping that, you know, with like all these Forge Road models coming back into 30k, I'm kind of hope some of them come back into 40k. Like, I know that they don't really like flyers at the moment, but I really wish some of the flyers came back. Like, do you know, the Avenger Strike Fighter could so easily have a plastic model. Even the Marauder Bomber could have a plastic model. And there's a bunch of other units, like, you know, for Vampire, for the Eldari and stuff like that. That could have plastic models. And it'd be fun to introduce, do you know, a Dark Eldar super heavy plane. And an Eldari super heavy plane. Actually, they both have the same super heavy plane. They both use it. So it'd be fun to bring back that Wrestling Super Heavy as a plastic model. And, you know, so Dark Eldar and Eldar both have another super heavy they can bring out. Bring back the tiger shark as plastic as well. I mean, I know you can still get some of these things in resin. But my goodness. I don't know if I'll ever bring the Gargan out because there's just not, you know, a need for it. We got the Stormlord and stuff. It's an absolutely massive transport model that has no use outside of Apocalypse games. You have to type it in caps. Oh yeah, because it used to be typed in caps. Auxilia beats Marines in almost every department. But for one thing, they lack is transport diversity in assault transports. Maybe that's purposeful. The Gargan, though, wasn't that like a vehicle? I can't even... It's so big, I can't even put my hands on the table. It's like, this big. Yee, my hands are just about on still. I can transport like 100 dudes. That's a heavy stubber. Where's my motor gun? There it is. I don't want a character coming out the top of one of these. Maybe. I like how big the Gargan is compared to the Baneblade. How big is it compared to a Baneblade? It probably wouldn't be too bad for Epic. Yeah. I think the Gargan was a Macarius era unit, so I don't think it would. But let me check. Gargan, 40k, transport. Gargan armored transport. Designed specifically for missions, the Gargan has limited utility and was used by the Death Corps of Krieg. Yeah, the Gargan is about the same size as a Baneblade. Slightly less wide. But yeah, you might as well just use a Stormlord if I'm entirely honest. Like in 40k, we've got the Stormlords, which are just better transports than the Gargan. But one thing the Gargan could give you potentially is, you know, charge at the same time, but, you know, you don't really like charging as Guardsman. Transport capacity. Yeah, it's only got a transport capacity of 50, so it's bare. I mean, if it came back, it'll probably be about 55 or something like that. Or maybe, you know, so you can get 3 squads in. No. 67 maybe. Doesn't say when it was made. In terms...
Stop the press. The Gorgon has a void shield generator.
Does it have a void shield generator? I don't think it does. Where's this? I now need to find this. Control F. Void. Okay, the Lexium does not suggest it as a void field. Guess who's back? Hi, Albertonic! I don't care too much about law. I can understand keeping it consistent. Yeah. I mean, maybe you would get another vehicle that's similar, I guess. You know, just pure transport. Maybe similar to the Centaur. Oh, that would be cool, you know, having a 30k version of a Centaur. Because at the moment, the law doesn't suggest that the Centaur... Like, I've read everything about them, and it doesn't say that the Centaur are the new... These things are new designs. Or, you know, recently found designs. I mean, maybe next time we get a codex, it will say they are. But we could potentially see them coming to 30k with different designs. I I know that there's different versions of them, like you can have them with heavy bolters and stuff. There's a mine thrower version. There's a... I just wanted an assault transport, yeah. You don't see anything suggesting that the Gargan has void fields. 5+ invulnerable save against ranged only. Oh, okay. That's probably not a void shield. Back when they did that for the Gargan, the void fields actually were, you know, more like Titanicus and stuff. So if you look up from the same era how Titans work, that wasn't a 5+ invulnerable save against ranged only. That was... instead what they did is that if you attacked them from, I think it was over 12 or was it 6 inches away? One or the other. Before you can strike against their armor, you have to strike against their void field, which they might have 1, they might have 3, they might have 6 or 12 of them. But all you have to do is, like, this was back when armor values were a thing. So you'd roll a dice, and if you can beat to 12, the void field gets destroyed. And then it's like every turn they can regain like 1 or D3 void fields or something like that. That's how it used to work anyway. But I'm gonna have to run away and BRB just quickly. I apologize. Donk. Go there. Need to get another Gullivan. Oh my gosh, it's hard to get in and out of my room. There's too much boxes and packaging now. There we go. There we go. I found myself a coal as well. Yeah, I don't know if the Gargons maybe had void shields. Maybe they did have a void shield. They would have been in the old Imperial art. If you can find like the old original rules, they'll probably be fair. I don't think they're in the Apocalypse book. I think it was just Imperial armor. Yeah, is there anything extra that we need to put on for? No, okay, we don't have to put anything extra. Maybe I'll put one character. You know, poking out of one of these. That might be fun. Oh, wait, I'm going to get myself a cola. Auxilia-ish powerful. I don't know much about Horus Heresy rules. But I know that the Auxilia do seem to have some of the best units in terms of like vehicles. Well, actually, no, you got that one unit, that elite unit that has a Volkite blasters. You then got your heavy weapon platforms. And then you've got the Malkador tanks, the Basilisks, the Lehman Russes. And then that silly, crazy transport vehicle you have that has what looks like a demolisher cannon on the front, which is insane. It kind of just puts to shame, like, actually, I mean, I guess the Space Marines do have a Sicaran and the Kratos assault tank, which are also pretty cool. No, what about these little... Did I miss them? Yeah, there's these little hoops on them. Where are they? Oh, there they go. They go here. Did they ever tell me to attach them? Oh no, never mind. Okay, there's two things. Yeah, I did miss it because the page was folded over. So these little hoops can go on this bit, or I can put a rope there. I like the rope more. I think that's cool. I've both thought about doing Horus Heresy, but Legion speaks to me more. Oh yeah, Legions. I keep forgetting it's called Blooming Legions. So every time you say it, I literally just think to myself, Legions. Oh, that's Horus Heresy. Well, I'm thinking Legions. Oh, like the thing within for Horus Heresy. The thing that's based in Horus Heresy time. The thing that upsets me about Legions Imperialis is it's set in for Horus Heresy. That's the main thing. It's the same for Aeronautic, because Aeronautic Imperialis wasn't, like, we're still selling plastic models for them till not that long ago for Xenos. And I hate how there's no Xenos in it. And that's like what I don't like about Horus Heresy either, is you don't get the Xenos. It's like, I don't want to just fight Space Marines and Guardsmen and Demons. I want to fight Orcs with my Horus Heresy army. Which is one of the reasons why I like Legends in 40k. Because it's like, okay, these are stuff that they just don't want to make competitive and, you know, keep updating rules for, because updating rules is expensive. Okay, but still, if I wanted to play Horus Heresy in 40k, I can. If I want to put my Horus Heresy army against a bunch of orcs, I can do that. Yeah, let's put a rope on both of them. Yeah. Legions leave itself open for expansion, yeah. Draco Suns are only for land transport auxiliary has, and they can be great to take out buildings in your way. Yeah. Okay, that actually makes sense, yeah. For Legions, I guess for Gargan transport makes a lot more sense then. Because I was thinking for Horus Heresy. But I guess you could have something. Can you have a Stormlord and stuff in Legions? Or do you only get access to the one Baneblade variant? Because I don't think the Stormlord is that new. I think that still would have been something they used in the Heresy. I think you only have 4 Baneblade. They need to give you the Stormlord variants then. Maybe it's because they don't want to give it to the Horus Heresy ones, and they feel like if they give it to one, they'll have to give it to the other. That might be the case. Considering it has a last pistol on the model, I'm surprised that you can't fire a last pistol on this thing as well. Like, it's got a last pistol right there. Why can't I use a last pistol on this model? Yeah, for base Baneblade. Beyblade! The Hellhammers to start. The Shadow Swords. Oh, I love Shadow Swords so much. Yeah, the Shadow Swords definitely existed in Horus Heresy. They were one of the most important. And the Plasma one. Oh, we don't get the Plasma one in 40k. Actually, I don't know what the Plasma one is. I'm gonna have to look that up now. Oh! I know that you've got... No, that's... Space means of Falchion. Yeah. Okay, I want to look. I'm going to first look it up. Forces of the Emperor, Solar Auxiliary. Wait, this new Solar Auxiliary. Oh, yeah. The Ogren. So, heavy things. The Faudor Tank Destroyer. The Dracosan. And then you got the Solar Auxiliary Stormhammer. Which is really cool. I kind of want to get that one day. I hope they bring it into plastic. But okay, so Horus Heresy, Legions Imperialis, Solar Auxilia. So Baneblade, Shadow Sword, Stormblade. And so Stormblade, is that it? Maybe. That does not look like... Okay, here we go. So that's a Shadow Sword. That's the Storm Sword. And that's the Stormblade. Okay, that does not exist in plastic. Or even resin, does it? We need it. We need it. Bring out the new Beyblade. Into 40k, please. I've only got the Stormhammer Squadron over here. Actually, that looks a bit different, doesn't it, to the Stormhammer, the Forge Road one. Then you got the Aeronautic Imperialis stuff. I do like how they've mixed the Aeronautic Imperialis. What I think would have been so cool is if, instead of just making this all Horus Heresy, if they brought the Aeronautic, if they brought back Epic properly for 40k. And they brought the Aeronautic Imperialis into the epic 40k with the Titans as well. Like they did here, because one of the things is that they go, okay, none of these systems are necessarily going to sell super well by themselves. So let's just have them all existing at once. So you got these guys here. It's so cool. Oh. Yeah. Warhammer Horus Heresy. Legions Imperialis. That's got a Space Marine Legion. And 2 Warhound Titans. Yeah, they're about the same size as Armiger's almost. The reason it is only 30k is because 40k doesn't deserve good things. I feel like you might be correct, because every time they try giving us a good thing, they just kind of screw us over. Like, look at these really cool models. Worst stats ever. Like, oh, thank you, Games Workshop. Thank you for my terrible stats. Oh, Crusade book. I'm just going to open up this Crusade book. Look at this. So this is a 4th war for Armageddon. Ooh, Conquest of Armageddon, Gaskell's Invasions, Titan's Foresight, Carnate Invaders, Defenders, Warlords of Armageddon. Oh, Black Templars! Okay, that's going to be a book to read for another day, but I need to get my bits box out now, my assorted bits, which is, speaking of Solo Auxilia, my Malcador Infernus, which absolutely sucks in 40k. But yes, look at all the assorted bits, so many of them. And I want to go down here where I've got some cool heads. Yep. And some cool shoulder pads. And then, where's my tank parts? Here we go, tank parts. And, nope. 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 Candles? Oh, we got candles. Where's all my spare human-sized arm parts? Human pieces. Space Marines, books. Oh, I got books. Cool heads. Terminator cape. Raphis parts. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Macarius Imponent should have bought an no, because I think it looks cool. I bought it because it looks cool. Everything else was secondary. Do I have a cool sword to give them? It'd be fun if I had a cool sword. You know, drive me closer, hit them with. I want to hit them with my sword. That good stuff. I'll give him a cool chain glaive. Oh, never mind. I thought that's a whip. It's just a last gun. And give him a drive me closer. I want to hit them with my crowbar. Stub revolver. No, just a stub gun. Gangster style stub gun.
No
Ooh.
shovels.
Tech adept arm. Now we have loads of shovels, but none of them are being held. Oh, that looks cool. He's like a tech person. Or she is going to be. That does go with my super techie squadron idea. Yeah, let's go with that. I ate all the shuffles. We'll put some shuffles on the side of it so they can grab some. Is that a bionic arm as well? No. Yes, it is a bionic arm as well. That is super cool. I don't even know what this is from. It's a bionic arm with a little string coming out of it. Not a string. Tentacle. I've only got a super thin arm here. No. The average pyro. Plasma pistol? Nah, I don't want a plasma pistol. I got more techie stuff here. Oh my gosh, I could put a shuffle in the hands. Like, just like holding the holy shuffle out. Tell me, shuffle, who must we crush? Oh, that would be hilarious. What direction is the force? Wait a minute. Could I make like a preacher character? Can I give him like an open book? Do I have an open book here? I don't have an open book. Oh, I wanted him reading from an open book. That would have been great. And I could still give him like a giant book in the hands, I guess. Shuffle everyone. Well, unfortunately, if the shuffles all have clamps on them and stuff to like be clamped onto the side of the vehicle. Sucks. Holy shuffle, whose head must we bonk? Wait, I might have something just as good as a shuffle. That's a crowbar. Oops. Where'd it go? Was a bunker. Was a hammer bunk. Oh no, it went missing inside here. That's a knife. That's a hell gun. Oh, there it is. Found it. The Holy Order of the Hammer! It's the Warhammer! Okay, I think that might be good enough. Okay, but if I give him the hammer, where's my file? Because I've got... It's from a Gene Stealer culture, so I need to, like, get rid of all of that culture steal looking stuff. On the elbow. Oh, it is raining. The Warhammer roll credit. Time for the Krieg memes. Oh, defend my mother. I don't think Krieg... How young was your... How young are you? I think the earliest the Krieg memes could possibly be was like the early 2000s or something, right? Go forth, my children. Conquer enemies. Sure, we found it. We found a 40k Warhammers. We found a 40,000 Warhammers. Yeah. Maybe this looks silly. Now what heads do we give them? But, oh yeah, the law is that my Templars or whatever, they every single basically they force everyone to take the initial trials and tests. Well, not everybody ever. But they basically force all of us serfs and many people to take the trials and tests to see if it becomes Space Marines. Never mind who they are. And those that are, you know, capable, those that pass the test and can become Space Marines, you know, become Space Marines. But those who can't, but did pass the test, either whether it's because of gender, age, or, you know, some mutation, they are instead put into the military branch of their serfs. So the vast majority of them are women. Especially for more elite ones who have basically been training since they were children. Because all of the capable boys and so on were... Wait a minute. If I have the head instead go this direction. So it's just like looking down. Like, oh yeah. At the people she wants to smite.
We did it. We found John Warhammer. XD.
Now this is Jane Warhammer. This is Jane Warhammer. Don't worry about it. You know, we'll put a book on the front of it as well, I think. Yeah, that feels very fitting. looks cool enough. Looks all tech beasty. Okay, let's put on the thing here. But does she have a diary? And can we find our place in it? Yes. The diary is just, you know, for holy texts. She lives her life according to them. Yeah. Okay. We did that. We now need to give her a little shoulder pad. It would be... I like the idea that these people actually do like... Some of them potentially do link with the machine spirit and the vehicle, rather than having entire crews and stuff. That could be a cool idea. Because the Inquisitors are always after Holy Relics, which is the Space Marine chapter. There we go. I could stick small candles on the side. I could put big candles on the side. Yep, that would be more than enough clearance room. Yep, good, good, good. I'm going to do that now. Slap a book on the front of my car. Yeah! Make it sure it's a holy book, because otherwise, you know, it might get damaged. There we go. No, it does catch it. Yeah, that. Too tall. Okay, got another thin candle here though, which we can work with. Not thin, short candle. Yeah, there we go. Candles on the side of it. On the other side, do we need more candles? Let's look at the vehicle bits I've got. Anything cool in here? Inquisitor symbols, jerry cans, skulls, missiles, aquila, searchlights. What the heck is this? Some sort of power pack. Let's put a Templar symbol on it anyway, somewhere. Yeah! Holy books and candles. I don't know what a dragon scented candle is, but you know, like how does a dragon smell with its nose? One dragon. Two dragon. Three dragon. No, my little Templar symbol. Where'd it go? There you go. Fell on my leg. Fell on my leg. It fell over there. Okay, it needs more glue. It needs more glue. Glue for the Templars. There we go. Nice. What do I want to put on the other side? Do I have anything over here I really want to put on the other side? I guess I got these boxes. I can put the boxes on the other side. Yeah, that works. Dragon blood is very strong, can clear a house out no problem. Nice. Nose is being a mess. There we go. So there we go. One. Done. Except for the chains. We need to put chains around it, of course. Got a book on the front. Maybe I should put chains around the book too. Some candles on the side. Bunker on top. Yeah, I don't know if I want a second bunker in here. Yeah, I did take my hay fever medicine. I started the stream and my nose was all sniffing. I'm like, oh yeah, hay fever meds. So let's find this thing. Yeah, I want to give the idea of, you know, because these guys are serfs of effectively the Black Templar, are very similar to them. I want them to have that kind of, you know, very imperial cult creed look to them. You know, Sisters of Battle almost. Let's put the chains on. What size change? 4mm chains are here. Oh gosh, this is harder to open than expected. Never mind, it's easier. Get rid of that cardboard.
What kind of tank is that? That looks like a Panzerkampfwagen Porsche.
No, it's technically not a tank. It's an IF. It's an armored fighting vehicle. It's got 6 wheels. It's called a Hippogriff AFV. Oh, actually, no, it is an AFV, an armored fighting vehicle. Yeah. Technically not a tank. Not heavily armored. It's got wheels. Chains. Super thin chains. Okay, so what we want to do is that seems good enough. And we just flip. There we go. Oops. Can't go wrong with chains. My monkey neural brains and I saw tank figure. Don't worry about it. I was like, hooray, it's not a space marine. It's not a space marine. It's guardsman. Astra Militarum. Oh, so that was way too much. Super glue there, unfortunately. I did not mean to add that much to it. It's very hard to control sometimes. Got a bunch of super glue all around this chain. There you go. Yeah. Wipe off excess. Oh no. Why did this bit not work? Insert battlefield call out. That's a tank. It's not a tank. Look, it's even got a little woman with a hammer sticking out the top. Look how tiny it is. It's not got much armament. It's not got much armor. It's not.
Why does the
super
chain
powerful.
remind me of Christmas tinsel?
Because it is Christmas tinsel. I mean, well, both are kind of for a religious holiday, I guess. Or religious reasons. Oh no. Get it back in its box. It's the Christmas tinsel of 40k and kind of in a way. There we go, in its little packet. Get out of the way. Did the model? No, it didn't come with chain. This is just hobby chain I got. From Green Stuff World. Well, I didn't get it from Green Stuff World, but it's a Green Stuff World product. Sting in my eyes. There we go. The chains. This is just what the Black Templars do, and these guys are the serfs of the Black Templars, so... Well, of a Black Templar successor chapter. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. What do I want to do now? Let's get a Black Templar symbol to put on front. This one seems like it will do. Will it fit just right? Yes, it will. Let's trim off these back panels. Didn't have had your morning coffee. Oh no. Is Henry Cavill going to be drinking the armoured vehicle? Drinking? Driving oak? I don't think so. There we go. This is an Astra Militarum.
One of my favorite tanks from World War II is the Panzerkampfwagen Tiger aus for an All-King Tiger as well.
Oh. Not a big fan of German tanks. I mean, some of them look cool or whatever, but the kind of design philosophy around them is terrible. Puts me right off them. Like, how expensive do you want your tank? How hard do you want maintenance to be? Answer, just yes. Which has had some great looking tanks as well. Yeah. Honestly, I kind of like some of the American tanks. They were cool. Japan had some very interesting tanks. I mean, you can't argue that they weren't terrible, but they were interesting. Italy also had some very fun looking vehicles. There's a lot of very fun vehicles within it. Within WW2. Italy had tank cats which were cute as hell, yeah. Everyone gets outdone by the Sherman. The Sherman in many regards was a bad tank. The thing that made the Sherman good is it was easy for America, specifically America, to manufacture. And Britain also learned that they could manufacture something similar. But America basically had put the entire country into industrial production and figured out how... And the Sherman was basically a model that was just very cheap, easy to make, That's the other good thing, easy to maintain. If you look at a lot of the vehicles outside of Germany, though, they were focused on being easy to maintain. Like, you did use parts from, like, other vehicles to put them together. And that was cool. Like, you could just, like, okay, this vehicle broke down, but it actually uses the same sort of parts that a tank uses and needs, so... but the Sherman was, like, really good at that. The T-34 was also relatively similar to that, which was, you know, made it kind of important. The IS-2 was also probably one of the stronger tanks that was made. The British American tank was a Sherman. There were more than one British American tank. But yeah, there's quite a few fun tanks on the time period. It's only to the late war that you really start seeing what we would recognise as a good tank today. And I say only for late war. There were some in the start of the war, and this is basically the medium tank. The medium tank became the main battle tank, and it became good. Now, some of the main battle tanks of today would easily be classed as heavy tanks of the past. But that's just because now we've got better engines and stuff, so they can perform in the same way, the same level that a medium tank would. But effectively, lighter than a heavy tank, so it has more mobility, can go over more terrain, is relatively easy to fix and repair, but heavily armoured enough that most weapons aren't going to scratch it. So yeah, so it was more... Well, that's generally where you start seeing the better tanks. So the Sherman, it was barely a medium tank. It for how big it was and stuff, it didn't have a lot of armor, and it didn't have a powerful armament either. Now, that neither of those two things mattered too much of the sheer numbers it was deployed with, and that it still gave you protection from your average soldier. And that towards the time when America was coming into the war, the Germans were struggling to put down armoured companies in any good number, which made the Sherman one of the perfect tanks to, you know, fight against them. Because you didn't fight much army. So yeah, the Sherman wasn't survivable. Yeah, oh yeah, the Chieftain was also... Chieftain was fun. The Sherman did have better survivability than a lot of tanks at the time. But it still wasn't a very survivable tank. The main issue that made the Sherman, no, but if a tank is destroyed, the crew aren't nice. Doesn't matter if a tank is destroyed, if a crew left. Free history lesson. Yeah, the Sherman tank, while it did have more survivability features than your average tank, it still had a lot of issues of, you know, for crew. Like, especially if you had any sort of ammo racking happen. So, like, your ammo goes off, your crew aren't surviving that. There were tanks of a time period that were designed to separate the ammo more with proper armor and stuff between effectively the ammo and the crew. So that if the ammo did get racked, the crew could survive. Which is what most modern battle tanks outside of, you know, Soviet Union and some Chinese tanks. Outside of there, you know, modern battle tanks like NATO ones are designed to really, very survivable. And we only really started that during the late war. I want them to go on the side. Okay. I like the corrugated metal there. I don't want to cover that up. Let's put some fuel. Oh, let's completely cover the sides with fuel. Oh yeah. We got our jerry cans. Jerry cans. If anyone can, for jerry can. We peek into average tank history subreddit. No tank is survivable against me. No, survivability is crew survivability is what we refer to. Early Shermans did like to explode if the ammo got hit, but once wet storage got introduced, it became way less of a problem. Yeah. The other best tank was the FV4005 because size matters and it has a 183mm gun. Ignore that the turret is made of paper. Honestly, most giant guns on tanks and stuff are kind of pointless. Tanks basically do two things. One, they are a very tough thing that the enemy can't break through. And after that, they are anti-tank. Basically, a tank is there to deal with enemy armor, which is one of the reasons why tanks are, you know, falling out of favor a little bit. But for also to be super armored themselves and basically a giant, you can't touch me to infantry. So, but once you get to a certain point, the bigger the gun doesn't really matter. Heck, half the time a bigger gun doesn't even mean you get the armor penetration needed. It's all about the ammo and how much ammo you can carry. And so a gun that's highly accurate and has a lot of ammo is more important. So you can just keep hitting the tank until it breaks. In the KV2 of a bigger gun. You also had the Japanese tank that was experimental and was basically just a naval artillery piece on tracks. Yeah, it sucked. The British Tank Museum, I think, has the front end of a Sherman and show how weak the frontal armor was as smaller caliber tank rounds were able to pierce it. Yeah. Yeah, the Sherman tank, they did start up-armoring Sherman tanks. But yeah, it did have a issue of not being the toughest thing around, which didn't matter too much because you weren't facing. Also, we got to remember for Sherman wasn't the best tank of World War II because it was the most armored or because it had the most power or anything. It was just easy to repair. It was easy to produce, and it allowed you to put down numbers and groups against the enemy that the enemy couldn't match. It could move quickly, it could move over a variety of terrains. And to be quite frank, it wasn't facing that many battles where it was facing someone that had the caliber to break its armor. Because by the time it was being deployed en masse, the enemy was already struggling to produce tanks. And you could face like one enemy tank for 3 of yours. And their weapon was still strong enough to be a threat to enemy vehicles. Hash rounds are love, hash rounds are life, yeah. Most Sherman losses were from the 88, so armor means nothing in that context too. Actually, I think most Sherman losses weren't actually against enemy weapon fire. They're mostly just from, you know, breaking, trying to go over terrain, people trying to crash them through walls, into pits, over rivers and stuff. Especially in the later parts of the war when they were gaining lots of land very quickly, and as a result they were having to move very quickly to support other units. And as a result, most of your losses were generally from terrain, abandonment, bad maintenance, stuff like that. Well, that's not uncommon. It's definitely not uncommon for many of your vehicle and even your casualties to be not due to the enemy. In fact, generally, that's kind of what, you know, a lot of armies will be trying to go for. They'll be like, you know, the enemy is pretty strong. Now, if we can say that most of our casualties just came from illness and accidental injury and stuff, that's good. I mean, unless it was such a ridiculous number. But also because of how they were mass produced, it was quite often to have Shermans go onto the front line and not actually be in working order. And as a result, you'd sometimes have the case of, you know, having to take a Sherman that came to a front line and didn't work, take its spare parts, put it into another Sherman that didn't work, or spread from across a number of other ones that were broken almost immediately, or, do you know, where a part failed almost instantly. Again, that was not uncommon. In fact, the German claim for their super engineering had an even bigger issue of that happening because of how bad the manufacturing was. How complex they were, sorry. I still love the German Still has a coastal defense gun from WW2. And the gun itself was supposed to go on the next battleship. Yeah, ultimately the Shermans didn't need a bigger gun. Well, at least not at the time. Obviously later they kind of started needing better ones. But by that time the Sherman itself was obsolete. I'm not super up with tank history though, so I might be wrong about some of this. I had to learn tank history very, very quickly and about tanks more. Because of a certain crazy man in a crazy country. Ugh. There we go. Do, 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 do. Is that the correct way around then? No, it's not. It's meant to go this way round. Oops. Okay, so here we go. We got big old bolt cutters, a shovel, candles, chain, and then lots and lots of fuel, and even more fuel. On this one, you've got book. Oh yeah, both of them have a rope on the front. Person with hammer, chain, boxes, candles, and both of them have an icon to show what Usefs they are. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I like these things and how they're very small. I kind of like how small they are. And it actually goes like look how tiny they are. This guy could actually probably easily destroy one of these tanks. Like 3 attacks at strength 8, comes in and deals mortals immediately. If you had something you needed a bigger gun for, just call the Air Force, the American classic. Well, they did actually start, that's when they did start bringing in a ground attack craft. Generally, the idea was to call artillery back in WW2. Like, the Air Force was good, but getting pinpoint bombardment was very difficult for most of the war. And as a result, if you needed bigger guns, you had you had the bazookas. That was more to the late war. You had the anti-tank grenades. And you had artillery pieces. You could go, so that was back when they did like precision bombardment with artillery. It's like, hey, if there's a tank over there, like, okay, we've got artillery. We'll just set it up, bombard them, and then, you know, pack back up and deploy elsewhere. I know that was the time when the Air Force was trying to show why it should be a separate branch. Yeah. I think the late war is when you start to see more precision bombardment. But that's when like the jets are coming out as well and stuff. Ow. Where's your tactical log? They look pretty big. No, they're not that big. It's like, so this is the size of, I mean, as far as 40k goes, they're not that big. But if they just, like, let's put them next to a guardsman. So Kriegsman over here. Yeah, it's really not that big. It's, like, compared to a Kriegsman, it's taller than a Kriegsman, which, For a modern armoured vehicle like this and AFV, this is actually pretty standard. In fact, you might see them taller, like for AMX-10 is absolutely massive. Also, don't forget this guy is crouched and running. So, yeah. Back during like WW2, this would be considered pretty large. Compare it to a Space Marine. It's like... Oh my goodness, I did not paint this guy well. I regret this being one of the first models I came... I think I might just need to remake him. Yeah, it's a pretty cool model. Pretty cool model. I like how you can actually just have the wheels turn as well. I love that. Shoom, 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 shoom. Aim up. Artillery bombardment. I'll throw a pic of how to bonk 40k style can be. Yeah. Commander is having such a French read. Such a French reader's awful time. No, the commander's having a fun time. Look at a little Mechalandrite and Bionic Arm. They're about to, look, they're about to, you know, if they're going past mailboxes and just whacking stuff. Assault Marine jumping down. Bonk! Oh, for in melee, it only gets 3 strength 5 attack, which kind of sucks. Okay, first Acadians.
If you read the previous comment, you'd know why the commander is having such a French time.
Oh, you think this two crew vehicle turret doesn't look big enough for a third person? I don't know, let me look. So you got the, if you actually look here, you can see it goes deep down. It doesn't have a lot of clearance. Decent enough clearance. So there's easily enough room for someone to be sat here. You're going to probably have an engine back here. Tank commander would be sat here. I think it could have 3 crew in here quite easily. I mean, especially if you look at like real life vehicle, it's very hard to imagine it because of, you know, the fact that they're plastic. So if they don't have much, like, they don't squash easily into places. But you could easily sit someone here. You could easily have this person sat up there. I think you could easily have another person here being for gunner or loader. They could easily have 3 people sat here. It might not be a comfortable fit, but you could have 3 people in here. It's not like the Space Marines where the armor is taking up an excessive amount of room. So it's a 2-man turret, barely. Huzzah! We're at early 34 levels of awful. Who were much more awful vehicles to be in, you know. Just look like this is, by like some of the standards of like the 3 or 4 man vehicles, this is pretty big. That have been out there. To be honest though, as I said, I think it would be fun if it's actually just a 1-man vehicle. and like the person is, you know, hooked up to the vehicle somehow, using wires and stuff like a tech beast would be. That would be fun. Now imagine how many rats could fit in there. At least 2. Slap bed of slaps top of armored fighting vehicle. This baby can fit so many rats in it. Centaur! I am so slow today. There we go. There we go. Driver has a bed, though he's loving it. No, now the thing is the gunner doesn't necessarily need to be inside the turret. The tank commander might just sit inside the turret. The gunner might just be sat down here controlling it via a computer, a cogitator as it were. Or the gunner might just be a servitor. I am thinking about, guys, what do you think would be cooler? To work as Ogrins or Bulgrins. Other games, Necromunda, Shop All. There's 2 things I've seen here that I think could make amazing Ogrins. To drop out of a Valkyrie. Can I find them? Can I find them? I should have just put it onto plastic so I can find what they are. There's rats! Rats! They could be Ogrins. They'd be fun Ogrin stuff. Well, obviously you got these guys. And they could also be fun. What the heck is he? That's cool. Where are they? Where are they? Let me look at them. They were here. I saw them the other day. Yeah, I should have. No, not that. Not that. Here they are. You got these guys. Serve it to Ogrins, who would be cool. Like drop them from a Valkyrie. These mechanized Ogrins, and use them potentially as Bulgrins, representing if we've got like force shields on them or something instead of slab shields. Oh, these guys to like be super elite. So they're not actually Ogrins, they're just super elite cyber augmented, you know, fighters. And you could imagine them dropping from a Valkyrie just in squads of 3, like smash down. Oh. He does not look like he's having a happy time, does he? Oh gosh. Yeah. Also, anything new yet? They said we're going to show for Taufis today. I thought the basic. Oh, they're showing off a new way to do campaigns or, you know, crusades. Oh look, they got the green Space Marines, Ultramarines. I can't remember which company that is. Yeah, I can't be bothered reading that right now. Okay, 18, B9, B11, B12, B9. There we go. Tomorrow they're gonna show. Wait. Drive a tank with your feet while hanging out the hatch. Yeah, obviously. Ambots make for great obliterator proxies. Yeah. Oh, mutilator now. Tomorrow they're gonna show Bahasivia faction mechanics for Warhammer 3. Bashiva. Oh, Bashiva! Yeah, the tiger. Honestly, I'm not that excited about the tiger. Just tell me when they're bringing Boris. When they're showing off Boris. That's when I'll be excited. Who needs... Why do we have an actual complex suspension system here and steering system? My goodness. There's a full-on steering system here. She hates Bashiva because she is a woman. No, because she's a boring tiger. Actually, no, I love tigers. Look, her competition is Boris Todbringer. It's not my fault that, you know, CA was like, you know what? Let's bring out Boris Todbringer and talk about him. And it's like, I mean, once you've got that, do you really care about anything else? I mean... Literally, people were more excited to see Boris Todbringer than they were to see Warhammer 40k. It's actually your fault they named you specific as the main cause of a problem. But I did keep sending them letters to bring back Boris Todbringer. You know, and not so failed threat. So maybe. Maybe. I don't mind being responsible for Boris Todbringer. I'll be happy for that. I don't know where it's meant to stick to. Goes here with a drive shaft. Oh my gosh, this is a drive shaft. I guess I was complaining a while ago, why do the ARC vehicles make more mechanical sense than Imperial vehicles? Well, they've decided to fix that issue. Now they've given the Imperial vehicles proper drive shafts and stuff. Honestly, pretty nice. There we go. Completely unprotected, though. So will you now free their families? No. Not until Boris is released. Red Duke gets, you know, comes out properly. And so, and that other one arc, I keep forgetting the name of. Basically, all of the named characters, the legendary lords that we currently can't play as, but are in the game as legendary lords, all of them need to come back. Did that Tomb King DLC come out for... No, not yet. It's the End Times. It's an End Times DLC, and it's not Tomb King specific. It's undead specific. If that's the one you're referring to. Yeah, because they've not had any other Tomb King DLC, have they, for Warhammer 3? All of the rest of them have been from 2. Maybe 1? No, what do you mean 2, wouldn't have it? Even Big Chungus? Especially Big Chungus. There we go. I don't know. I don't think Big Chungus is a legendary lord, but you know, now you mentioned it, I'll add that to the list of demands. All I know is Nagash is supposed to be playable. Yeah, Nagash is supposed to be playable. And it's crazy that he will be. Or at least something is happening with Nagash. No. B5 goes here like that. Yeah. Then I want, what else? B4. No, B7, B6, B8. Wait. B7. Oh, that's B6. Ooh. So that one goes here. Okay, B7 and B8. There they are. He's a big skeleton and you're a fan of skeletons. Skeletons are fun. Have you seen the giant scarab beetle thing that Tomb Kings are going to get with the End Times? That's kind of one of the things I'm super excited about for End Times. No, I am excited a bit for the new cafe character. Because it is nice for cafe to get some new stuff and for us to get, like, you know, more variety of cool units. I kind of want for the other continents to, you know, finally get stuff though, like, you know, maybe not Nippon, but, you know, Koresh would be cool. Araby would also be cool, but I don't think they'd ever do that one. But I think Koresh could be nice. Because, I mean, we've definitely got the Snake Lord there anyway. I wonder if all the Tiger Man units are going to be recruitable by other cafe factions though. And if so, would there be like a limit to how you recruit them? Like, would they be location only buildings to recruit them? Because that would make the most sense to me. B25, B26. Okay. Catalytic purchase. Is that 25 or 26? 25. So it goes over. It's not a catalytic converter, it's an X. The Sea will definitely be something, a map-wide teleport. She'll be like a Dreadmore, but smaller. I will never stop dreaming. I want Koresh so badly. I want my snake people. No. what I'm hoping is that, as much as I love the tiger people, is that unless you're playing specifically as Bashiva, on maybe an AI faction as well, there should be like an AI tiger faction, I feel like, or the Beastman faction. But only that faction and Bashiva can recruit tiger people anywhere. Meanwhile, if you play as Cafe or the Empire, the area where she starts, like there should be certain like location buildings that you can build, and if you build them, you can get like you can recruit for Tigermen there. But yeah, that'd be cool actually. I woke up. Tau Faction Focus. Oh, Tau Faction Focus is finally here. I'll look at it after this. Just want to get further into this because I keep getting distracted. I don't know what Bashiva would have. Well, that being said, I want to see more of the game, you know, feel location focused. Like, it should be easier to recruit stuff where the actual homeland is and harder to recruit from outside of the homeland. Well, that might just be my old love of Rome Total War. And how you basically always had to move armies. It was always better to recruit an army at home and move it to like another place, rather than just recruit an army where you currently are. And added some tactical element to it to feel like. It doesn't currently exist. That looks cool. There's gonna be obviously be a certain building you build to recruit for Tigermen. Yeah, but is it going to be a location-bound building? That's the question. Or is it going to be... Can anyone build it anywhere? I was like, they've already done it a bit with the Savage Orcs, and I like that. I like that about the Savage Orcs. I do think there could be a few more locations where you could recruit Savage Orcs. But I feel like it should have more units like that, where you can't... And you know... Like, if they ever do add the Dogs of War in, then a bunch of the Empire units should become location-based. So if you're within the Empire or Batonia, you can pretty much recruit most of your faction. But as soon as you go outside of them, it changes what units you can recruit from your buildings. And, like, for instance, in the Badlands, you might be able to recruit a smaller halberd unit that's just better than a normal halberd unit, but it's also much smaller, representing your limited recruitment pool. And Tilia and Estalia should be able to recruit most of your factions, but then there should be like a few other units you can recruit as well. Just from there. Or if you build like a special building in like one of the capitals, it gives you recruitment of like a pikeman unit just everywhere. Or at least like in all the Empire, the human locations. I do like these tracks. These are very simple tracks, which are already built basically for you. Yeah, I do find the building of these quite enjoyable compared to a lot of stuff. Although the Rogel Dawn was also a very nice build to put together. I enjoyed that one. It's kind of what sold me on getting this in the end. There we go. So this would go like that, wouldn't it? Maybe? Yeah, wants to go something like that. I think it's just bits of sprue still attached to the model that's getting in my way. So that, okay, I said it's a very nice model to put together, then I'm struggling to put this piece. There we go. There we go. Okay. No, you have detached. Don't worry. Remember, it's only going to be one detachment point. So you can mix it with others. Was experimental weaponry there? Okay, so I am just like struggling to put this together. I just said it's a nice model to put. I mean, they were nice to put together. This was nice up until this point. That wants to go. Okay, that one fits relatively nicely. Because it doesn't slot in nicely. Yeah, okay, that seems to be correct. There we go. No. Big old gap there now. It doesn't feel right. Maybe there is meant to be a gap there. Let me look. Nope, there's not meant to be a gap there. Okay, maybe for this. Otherwise, I don't know how this is meant to go together. Seems impossible. There we go. Okay, let's look. Auxiliary card got gutted like a fish. Well, it's going to be 1 point. It's going to be a 1-point detachment. So, advanced acquisition card. So this is new. Expert fieldcraft. In your shooting phase, when a friendly pathfinder or stealth battle shoot is selected to shoot those ranged units do not prevent you from being hidden. Okay, that's cool. That works well with what I've got going on. Unmasking suite. Enhancement, Ghost Kill, Pathfinder teams. This is an upgrade for a lot of things. When this unit is selected to shoot, you can select one enemy unit within 24 inches of this unit. That unit has plus 9-inch detection range until this unit has shot. And that's really cool. Auxiliary Cadre is the new one. Well, not new one, it's the remake. Have a following ability. In your shooting phase, this unit can select one visible enemy within 12 inches. That enemy unit is marked as prey. While a prey is marked, that unit has plus 3-inch detection range. it's easier to detect. When a friendly group Vespid Sting Wings unit within 6 inches of this unit has shot, those units do not prevent that unit from being hidden. That's cool, actually. I like that. I know it's different from the usual aura, but that's a nice aura ability. So, and it makes sense because you want to mix them with the stealth battle suits and ghost kill anyway, because, you know, they all have stealth. Like the recruit have stealth. That's the auxiliaries tag and cannot be taken with another auxiliary. So that suggests that there's going to be another auxiliaries one. Student to Cayenne. Like 3 group carnivore 4-star because they have deep strike. Ooh. Is that already a thing that existed? I don't know if that existed already. Have lethal hit. Okay, here we go. Experimental prototype. What does it do? Only only battle shoot character units have a +6. No! They gutted it. They gutted it. Experimental cadre wasn't good to begin with. I also hope they both ultramarines. They did. Don't worry. They created a new ultramarine detachment, and it just gives everyone +1 strength, +1 toughness, and 6+ feel no pain. It costs 1 detachment point. There's another ultramarine one that gives every unit, every time you make a feel no pain save, instead you get a critical pass on a 4+. And what else does it do? Oh yeah, adds when you do an advanced move, instead you automatically get 6 inches, and you can charge when you advance or fall back and still shoot every single unit. And then the third one, also 1 detachment point, was if you, instead of picking 1 Oath of Moment target, all opponents become the Oath of Moment target. Oath of Moment now gives you automatic hits and automatic wounds and AP -12. So, and it ignores invulnerable saves. I'm joking, that was all just made up. The experimental weapon cadre at the moment is just +6-inch range to everybody. Let's look at your auxiliary cadre. Gives +1 armor penetrate. Now this isn't as important anymore because cover no longer gives you +1 to your armor save. So this is not as needed. What do they do instead? Oops, that's Pathfinder. Now instead, every single unit. I think that's better, actually. I think this is... It basically does the same thing. This basically ignores cover in an area. This one is... stops people from hiding in an area. When a friendly group Vespid Sting Wings unit within 6 inches of this unit has shot, those attacks do not prevent it being hidden. Okay, and you don't get your lone operative capability. Well, actually that works because it's doing the very similar thing, just doing it different way around now. Of, you know, preventing enemies being hidden and allowing you to be hidden. And that's basically what this does with the current rules. Did you get the ability to cause somebody to deep strike? Yeah, it did. It did. Okay, so you get to keep that anyway. Yeah, a bad night as a Tau fan. I don't need blueberries to be buffed. True. Oh. Hello, bye-bye, bye-bye. Hi, big guy. I wonder how good detection range is going to be, because hidden seems like a rule that's going to be rewritten a dozen times over this edition, maybe. I don't know. But let's look at this. The detachment has the retaliation tag. Oh, gosh. Oh, that's so sad. I don't want... And that's Battlesuit character as well, so it doesn't affect your Ghost Key or your Riptide. All it affects is, like, in my army currently, all that would affect is this guy and the unit he joins, which is 3 Sunforge. Making it kind of pointless to keep it. You get Sun Nova Launcher, which is... Who cares about the Airburst? I don't. Is it the exact same as now, though? Supernova Launcher. +3 strength, +1 armor penetration and damage. Yeah. Experimental ammunition. One Tau unit. So, yeah, it's just been completely restricted to just a battlesuit detachment. Oh, I hate that. Yeah, it's just being restricted to just, like, if you want to play battlesuits, this is a detachment you might want to take for it. And you can't combine auxiliary fieldcraft with another auxiliary taggy thing, so that means you wouldn't be able to mix it with, like, a Kroot Farband one. I'm guessing. Which also sucks. I mean, this is good. And I'll probably take this on my army because it's meant to be stealthy. So I do have 2 units of stealth suits. I do have a Pathfinder team. I do use Ghost Kills. I got 2 of them in the army. So this would be good for me. It's just a shame about this. Like, at this point, I just wouldn't take this. Experimental prototype. If all it is 6-inch range to... I mean, maybe. If there's no detachments, other detachments I want... It's 1 point. I'll probably take Unmasking Suite. I mean, it's not too bad. It kind of sucks, but we get in a new detachment. Other detachments are being changed as well. It's not the worst thing. It just could be. It could be better. You know? It always sucks when your favourite thing gets changed to a point where it loses the stuff that made you like it to begin with. Like, I liked it because it could be pretty much used with any single unit. But again, now you've got... I think the reason it's changing is because it's no longer needed as it once was. So experimental detachment was basically, if you've got lots of different units and lots of different factions here, well, not different factions, but do you know, ones that don't work with, if you pick one detachment, you're not going to get any benefit from it for half your army and so on. Experimental weapons was good because it affected everybody across the board. And half of your stratagems and stuff affected everybody across the board, which a lot of the other detachments didn't do. But now that you can pick like 3 different detachments, this meaning that you can hit every single unit across the board. I guess that makes up for it. I don't think the auxiliary one was too bad, mind you. And as we said, though, it does depend on how well hidden it's going to be, how important it's going to be, and how well it actually works. Because I still don't know a lot about it. There we go. Wheel arch. I do like how much better Games Workshop's been getting at designing models, though. And how they go together. I did kind of expect them to gut experimental weapon cadre, though. Because it does seem that detachments are getting more specified now. Okay, where's my little... There they are. Little hoops. Got a little hoop. Got a little hoop. Hooping all around. With a little hoop. And then we put this into here. And we go like that. Oh gosh. I just dropped one of the little hoops and it bounced off the sprue that was on my lap. No. Don't go flying, little sprue. Little bit of it. Found it. A little grey piece on my blue-grey carpet that's super, super fluffy. Obviously, my eyes are good enough to just see that. I've got eyes like a hawk. Hawks have notoriously bad vision. Out of all other birds of prey, hawks have the worst vision. But no! What do you really want eyes for is like a eyes like a crow. Crows have insane eyesight. I made that up, by the way. Got eyes like a pigeon. I'm blind and I can only see 2 colours. There's a raven outside just making a cool cawing sound. You know, like they're doing for horror movies. Okay, so we want this piece next. It would have been cool if a pintle mounted heavy stubber could be like replaced with something else if we wanted to. I'm hoping that with 11th edition, the multi-laser finally gets good. There's a few weapons at the moment that I think kind of suck as it currently stands. Like they are just massively outperformed by their competition. The multi-laser is one of them. It's like, do you want a multi-laser, do you want a heavy bolt, or do you want a last cannon? Or do you want a heavy flamer? The multi-laser just doesn't stand a chance. It's like, why would you take the multi-laser over the other options? The answer is you shouldn't. Give the multi-laser like 6 attacks with rapid fire 6 and suddenly it seems good. Or maybe even just rapid fire 3. One of the things as well I think would be cool is if they added in 68. There it is. Sorry, whacked the camera. Bye chat. I shall weep for a great bye bye. The plus 6-inch range detachment could be good if that's what you want. Like if you are running battle suits and mostly battle suits, plus 6-inch range would be more than good. You'd be like, hey, because it's like, hey, our fusion guns plus 6-inch range, amazing. Gives them way more ability to get into melter range. Plus 6-inch range and a heavy flamer, amazing. The auxiliary detachment depends how good hidden it's actually going to be. It just sucks that you won't be able to take it with another auxiliary detachment, which it doesn't feel powerful enough by itself. At least for now. But yeah, one of the things I also really wish for change is, do you know how last pistols and like, do you know a sergeant's last pistol? There should be reasons to take a last pistol over a bolt gun. Like maybe the last pistol when a sergeant hits on threes and gets 2 attacks. Like sergeant's last pistol. Hits on threes, gets 3 attacks. Maybe it's AP -1. Because, you know, it's special. Or maybe it gets 3 attacks. No AP. And hits some 3s. Then you got the bolt pistol, which maybe gets 2 attacks and only hits some 4s. But it's strength 4. So there's a reason to take it over the last pistol. But the last pistol gets an extra attack. I've only got the plasma pistol, which only gets 1 attack. But, you know, it's strength 7 AP -2. And it still only hits some 4s. Or you can overheat it for that damage 2, strength 8 AP -3. And then maybe a Space Marine Sergeant's bolt pistol would have like an Absolver bolt pistol stats. Actually, maybe not even Absolver. Maybe it's just like damage 2. So it'd be like in exchange. So you'd take it instead of a plasma pistol because you'd be like, well, it's still damage 2. It's only strength 4. It's only AP -1, but it still does 2 damage. And the plasma pistol can't do 2 damage unless I overheat it. Which, you know, it gives you reasons to take stuff. That's what we need more of. There we go. The absolute scale. I'm gonna have so much stuff cleaning up to do after today's stream. I don't know if I want to put any of these guys in the actual back of it. Partly because it's also going to be transporting Casvican and not, you know, normal dudes. What am I gonna put on next? There we go. Is that 27? Yep, 27. Smoke launcher as well. Oh yeah. Bit nuggly. Who's the greatest space marine of all time? There we go. Facilities. There we go. Oh yeah. Okay, smoke launcher. Smoke launcher. Oh, there's a searchlight here as well. Oh, there's only one thing I can put on top. A searchlight. Antenna. You know, I'd go for a smoke launcher. That feels important. When you're trying to drop off infantry. Oh, it's not searchlights. It's just headlights that go on these things, isn't it? Oh, look how intimidating. Evil and intimidating truck. No, I don't want to put people in. Don't want to put that on. Let's put the back patch on, which apparently doesn't glue on. Really? Is there a way for it to actually be held on? Oh, there's a tow hitch that goes underneath. That's cool. I always thought these things were meant to be like tow hitches. Always attach the tow hitch to the bodywork, you know. That's the best advice, because you don't want to damage the sashay of your car, do you? Better you just damage the bodywork. No, that's bad. That's bad. A lot people have made the mistake of attaching it to the bodywork, and when you try pulling anything, yeah, the bodywork just comes right off. Because, you know, it's not really attached to the car all that well. It'd be funny if it had an optional top holding to put over the top. Because it looks like it's got little hooks for one. You really don't want to be in the back of one of these when airburst artillery goes off. That fits nicely together, yeah. Then it wants a hatch attached to that. But it says don't glue it. So does this click in? Oh, it does just click in. Okay, that's nice. Interesting. It goes. Get out! Okay, big old tow hitch. There it is. 28. 29 there. Which goes here. Yep. There we go. And then I feel like I'm missing a bunch of steps here. Oh wait, it does have a top holding attached to it. But you can't roll it. It has an unrolled out top holding on top of it. Oh. I kind of want to put green stuff over the top of it now. Is that crazy? Is that crazy? No, no, it is crazy. That sounds like way too much work. I am not good enough at green stuff with that. Which means I won't get better if I don't, you know, try. But still. So crazy, I'm calling for... No! I mean, why would you call for police? Actually, if you do want someone mentally sectioned or whatever, you have to call for police. Well, you don't have to, you can just go to a hospital. If you don't feel safe, call the police. What's the British police number? 999. Oh, 999. Did you know in many countries, if you call 911 in Britain, it will just automatically dial you to the emergency services? And similarly, if you're in America and you dial 999, you just get through to the emergency services anyway. And it's basically the same for a lot of different emergency numbers across the world. Is if you call the emergency number that you know of your country, while you're inside another country, you'll reach the local emergency services. Quite often is the case. Which I think is pretty cool. If you're not in America and call 911, your phone should shock you. Yeah, but it's basically the idea is that tourists and stuff, or like people who've recently moved to a country, might not be aware of what the correct number is. Or it might be like a little kid needs to call the police or something, but they've watched American TV shows and they know 911, but they don't know 999 for whatever reason. And like if someone was illegally trafficked to the country and they managed to get like to a phone and they call for emergency services, they might not know the local emergency service number. Instead, it's just better to just automatically have it reroute. As far as I'm aware, that happens anyway. This thing. Dude, look how big this is already compared to that thing. Like, this is just transport. Very nice. Very easy. Okay, where is these heads? I'll get one of these heads out. I'll take a helmeted head. They should like dub over whenever they say 911 to the country. I think that's a lot more effort than, you know, just having it automatically reroute. Where's the heavy stubber? There it is. There we go. Okay, B36, B35, B36 and third, that's 49, that's 49, that's 35. There's 36. For bullets off a heavy stubber. I'd hope it doesn't happen in other places, but it's very common for Americans to call emergency service line when they go to new cities or states to make sure. What the heck? I've heard of people like trying to ring for their own emergency service number in foreign countries just to see, you know, what would happen. But going to another state just to make that sounds crazy to me. It'd be like if I went to Scotland and I was like, oh, does the Scottish police answer the local phone? They better do. And I guess there is some sense to it, I suppose. But still, crazy. Crazy to me. Heavy stubber. We gotta have this stubber. Not a heavy multi-mounter. Rather than making the model cheaper, what do you think this would need to make it worth the 85 points that it costs? I can't. Maybe if I had like a cool ram attack on it. You know, like Graves has on her vehicle. I mean, it does have a cool prow on it. On hers. Like, if you got a free tank shock off it, that would be fun. Like, once per turn, when using tank shock with this vehicle, it is free. Well, you can target this vehicle with this tank shock stratagem for 0 command points, even if you've already used it this turn. Maybe give it the command vehicle so that, you know, orders can also be used with it. On it. Bullets came off. There we go. Then want the shoulder pads. Shoulder pad, shoulder pad, shoulder pad, shoulder pad. Do 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 do. Right, Oliver's super glue that had come off once was back on it again. There we go. Nice shoulder pads to make it feel like super armored troops. Well, not super armored, but you know. They're meant to feel like knights in a way. Here we go. Now, track time. We got the lights on the front, wheels and tracks. Tracks and wheels. 16 of 13. Yeah. Wait, there's a couple of wheels we're missing. 18 and 19 or 14 and 15. 14 and 15, yeah. Okay, so that goes there, this goes here, and 15 wants to go... As we go this way, go this way, 15 wants to go here. Somehow. Okay, get it. There we go. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. So it was important that I got the correct wheel in the correct place because I got different connection points. There we go. Now this can go here. Do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Donk. Then trim this here. Trim this here. And it would go on this side, I guess. Yeah, like that. Okay. Interesting connection point. Would we have a half track? The practicality of half tracks is, quite frankly, don't. But I love my half tracks. How practical are they? The answer's just not practical. Oh, you can change a wheel curve as well here, so you can have it turning. That's cool. Like, the issue with half tracks is that they break down easily. The tracks get caught up. They are hard to maintain. People don't like having to maintain them. They're generally not going to be as fast as all-wheel vehicles. The only benefit you're going to get is across some terrains, they're going to be a bit better. And it's only a bit better. It's not like they're going to be amazing. There we go. There's a bunch of other armoured panels here, and I don't know where they're meant to go. Did I miss where they're meant to go? It was like I should have put them on by now. Oh, whatever. There we go. Is that how it connects? Yep. 2 wheels. Or 2 tracks. Got a 1-track mind. Oh, a little night fair. Wheels. Push plug straight on. No need to glue anything else. Are they covers for top of it? They might be. Oh, the track guards. Oh, the track guards. Probably aren't they? It doesn't show, you know, putting them anywhere. Yeah, it's definitely track guards. Which I'm gonna go for because we got the armor. We're gonna use it. Okay, which side does it go on though? Not that side. Does it go on this side? I don't feel like it goes on this side either. Yeah, I think it goes like this. Accidentally knocked them straight out of there. How about it goes here? No, it doesn't go like that. Huh. Yeah, I'm surprised the instructions doesn't make any mention of these things. And if it look like the track guards and other vehicles, so Okay, that was way too much super glue there, but whatever. Other side that doesn't get painted. There we go. Let's have it just trying to drive straight forward. Oh my gosh, I got scared by this tiny little silvery thing there moving. It's just part of a chain that I wrapped up earlier. Or cut apart. I should break one hoop. Put 2 halves fall down. There we go. Now, question is, how do we make this look more holy? Obviously, we've got candles. I could put some candles on the rear seats. We've also got the Holy Night in it. Yeah. Oh, no. 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 There we go. Oh, yeah. And there's the vehicle. Oh, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Looks intimidating. Even intimidate. Awesome tank kept couple. Evil intimidating truck. No. These are tiny compared to a chimera, by the way. Hilarious. But let's look. Let's look at stuff I've got access to. I've got a bunch of tiny candles, not many left. If you're wondering where I get these from, it's from a company called Anvil Limited. They sell some cool pieces. Yeah, let's put 3 candles in the back. Not 4 candles. 3 candles. Three candles. Candles that are free. No, 3 candles. Oh, that's what I said. 3 candles. Or do you want some of that handles freaks? No, I just want 3 candles. That's a weird way to say freak, but... And I could put like a tiny prayer book in the back as well. I think that would be cool. Oh no. I need like tweezers. doing my hands over the way. Oh, God. Oh, one of these. No, how come I can't get the other ones then? There we go. Move it over slightly. And it's falling over. Let's use the knife to restabilize it. Honestly, I'm surprised there's not more book assets, like, you know, with the entire thing about the Guardsman's Primer, and, you know, for holy books and stuff. Although I guess but it's the big thing that, you know, you don't teach people to read in 40k, because, you know, that's how you make well-read heretics. I guess it's not too crazy that you don't have, like, guardsmen with books as a common model. He's wanting to fall over this candle. I'll get stuck to me. There we go. Little things. And we got some books over here. Let's grab one of them. Right off this. Let's just put that, you know, on another seat back here. A little pocket book for a guardsman. Well, it might be a bit big for a pocket book, but it's still, it's the smallest book I have. So yeah, where's a good place for putting symbols on? Ooh, there's a good place of symbols on the back. Yeah, and put like one of the Templar symbols there. Maybe some purity seals along the side of it. That will help make it feel holy. These Templar symbols are just one for Templar upgrades too. Okay, how centered is that? Centered enough. Trying to wrap a chain around that weapon feels a bit pointless. So let's instead go with just a few purity seals around the sides of it. I could maybe put some purity seals on those things as well. There you go. I like putting them as flat as I can against the vehicle, because that way they're like, because they're very brittle 3D printed things. So they're very fragile. So if they could just put them flat against something, so they got as much room as possible to work with. Oh no, I'm gluing my finger to them. Ugh. Oh no, don't get stuck, Fluff. There you go. That was a mess. Fine. And now my gloves just want to stick to each other. Not fun. Okay, this one's already a bit broken. It doesn't matter if it's like going like that because, you know, for driving, it should be, you know, flowing in the wind a little. Yeah. I say a little a lot if it's that long. Oh gosh, that's too much super glue again. There you go, some purity seals makes it look all lovely jubbly. Put some pure. I'm surprised it only has one door on it. Like I guess it makes sense. A heavy stubbor's there. Although a curved door would be fun. Oh gosh, that was way too much super glue. Another purity seal and this is going to be such a pure machine. Oh gosh, once again, way too much super glue came out. I am not doing well here with this. There we go. And didn't go as badly as it could have done. 2 purity seals that side, 3 that side, 3 candles inside it with a little prayer book, little night person. Turn off the light, there you go. Shooting from it. And big old Templar symbol on the back. That feels like a holy, you know. Feels very fitting, I guess, from the army I'm trying to make. Feels like some Kassakin, well, a Kassakin equivalent would ride around in that. What do you think's better, Kassakin or Tempestus Science? Either in lore or in game. There's not exactly a lot of room to put purity seals in these, especially not for big vehicle ones that I've got. So there we go. Okay, it took me longer to build them than I really wanted it to. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine. I guess I could put some chain on that heavy stubber. No, don't need it. Don't need it. Where's the knife? Might need to take my knife to it, though. There you go. Well, there we go. Honestly, this thing is smaller than expected. The centaur, the hippogriffs are a little bit bigger than I really anticipated them to be. I really like both of them. Both really, really cool. Although I feel like they could get points upgrade, or, you know, change the stats to some extent, because the data sheets do not feel very appropriate for what they are at the moment. Okay, let's just pack away some of this stuff. Yeah, there we go. I'm probably going to paint from black, white, and blue. Yeah. And gold. Lots and lots of gold. Probably paint for turret blue. Yeah. Okay, and then I've got lots of bits that need cutting up and separating and stuff. So there we go. Throw them to one side. I've got lots of cleaning up to do after this stream. I've still got to get food and so on. So I'll be saying thank you for coming to the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Remember to work harder but play harder. Take care of yourself, be kind to others and vice versa. Big love hearts to you all. Remember to eat good food, sleep well, dream of cupcakes, but don't eat for cupcakes because they're friends, not food. Goodbye, everybody. And don't forget to like the stream if you did enjoy it. Smash. Love you all.